satisfaction is our constant pursuit. We stand beside you every mile of the way. We share the joy of your success, witnessing every milestone along your path. Every engine start is a symbol of partnership. Every wheel rotation drives the world forward. Smart logistics, autonomous driving, net zero greenhouse gas emissions. Looking to the future, Shackman is committed to connecting everything intelligently, redefining power through clean energy, and bringing smarter, more efficient transport solutions from imagination into reality. Our shared journey has no end.
Some inspiration begins at the gentle wind, but as it gathers, it finds its direction. Here in Jianye, a vibrant hub of innovation thrives on the wind. This is Jiangsu Artificial Intelligence International Talent Innovation Port. This is not just a coordinate of convergence, but a highly active magnetic field of connection. The two zones, two parts interlock and deliver mutual empowerment. With T4 and T5 of Nanjing Alibaba Center as the core space, this 93,000 square meter space continually grows upward, building a vertical innovation ecosystem that goes from 0 to 1 and extends into infinity. Here, location advantages are transforming into developmental momentum. The wind here is driven by the density of peers. Synergistic development between 7 universities and high-tech zones, with 9 major alumni associations gathered. Global sci-tech innovation resources converge here at high frequency. Hardcore tech parties spark ideas, while talent salons resonate in harmony, advancing the synergy of industry and talent. To enter Jianye is to connect with the world. This place is becoming one of the gateway for overseas talent returning to Jiangsu and China to start businesses. When the wind gathers, it becomes a storm. 14 of the top 20 internet companies in China have chosen Jianye. 218 artificial intelligence enterprises cluster here, rooted in a fertile land where opportunities thrive every year. The OPC community and the AI SciTech innovation community provide a soil for innovation. AI plus truck drives momentum, exploring more market segments. Data, platforms, and scenarios. New perspectives clash and resonate here. Every piece of inspiration can be united, allowing the wind of innovation to merge into even grander wind field. Uplifted by the wind, imagination is pushed to greater heights. From AI space-time, Nanjing Artificial Intelligence International Community, to Zijinshan International SciTech Innovation Thought Plug, and to the Jiangsu International Legal and Business Service Part. And 215 billion fund and 35 billion artificial intelligence special fund drive the integration. After 4 chains, the innovation chain, industry chain, capital chain, and talent chain. Jianye invests industry cultivation, capital empowerment, and professional services into every step of talent development. Here, the wind can also be very gentle. So gentle, it is a glimmer of light in the dead of night. So gentle, it is a simple notification on your phone. Get a good night's sleep, leave the rest to us. You can focus entirely and then move forward at full speed. Here, the wind carries warmth, rather than commercial districts, sports venues, social spaces. It supports the peaks and valleys of your work, cares for emotional ups and downs, and it helps both your dreams and life. This is the wind of the talent part, and it begins in a small corner. It is destined to blow hard brighter scenes in the future. The wind rises from the port, lifting you to the clouds above.
Wherever transportation is needed, Shackman is there. Spanning over half a century, Shackman has extended its reach across the globe, delivering millions of trucks. We are committed to providing integrated transportation solutions, connecting the world, and powering your business to thrive. At Shackman, customer needs are at the core. With over 700 models, we meet diverse working conditions worldwide. We go all out to improve transport productivity.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you are all well. Please come forward. I want you to come forward. Kindly fill the empty seats ahead of you. If there are any ushers here to help us, kindly help our delegates and our audience to come forward. Thank you. We are about to start the program. And if you are in the exhibition area and you came for the conference and the dialogue as well, please get seated so that we can start the program. We wouldn't want to take too much of anybody's time today. Don't want to delay. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen at the far back, please come forward. Please come forward. Kindly fill the seats in front of you. Thank you. Fill the seats in front of you. And then we prepare to start shortly. Thank you. One, two.
1, 2. One, two, testing 1, 2. Two. 1, 2, testing 1, 2, 3.
Hello, 1, 2. 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Hello. Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Hello, hello, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Hello. Sound check 1, 2. Hello. Hello. Sound check 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hello.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I need to feel some energy. Good morning. This is day 2 of the China Trade Week, Africa Technology Show, Africa Build Show, and Megawatts Africa. Yesterday, we had lots of interactions, high-level keynote address, presentations, amongst others. Today, day 2, we are going to have a lot of interactions, panel discussions, and presentations. And today's session is proudly powered by the E4Impact Foundation. The E4Impact Foundation is a spin-off of the Catholic University of Milan in Italy and operates in over 20 African countries, Kenya being one of them, and the office is in Karen. So feel free to look up E4Impact Foundation in Karen. We wouldn't want to take much of your time, and we would like to have the opening remarks by Mr. Xavier Agotimevo, who happens to be the Ghana Country Manager of the E for Impact Foundation. Now, Mr. Xavier Agotimevo has been working and leading initiatives focused on entrepreneurship development, skills training, and sustainable economic growth. With over 10 years of experience in international development, he has managed multi-stakeholder projects across multiple countries, working closely with governments, academic institutions, and global partners. His work increasingly focuses on driving innovation in the circular economy, supporting enterprises and young professionals to adopt sustainable business models and create inclusive impact. Today, his keynote address or opening remarks will be on E for Impact's mission to grow African entrepreneurs and drive sustainable solutions to the continent's key challenges. I see he's still being mic'd up, but ladies and gentlemen, help me with a resounding round of applause. Welcome the Ghana Country Manager of E for Impact Foundation, Mr. Xavier Agotimevo. Thank you.
Very good morning, colleagues. How are we doing this morning? Good morning. Great. Thank you very much. I think my colleague Janet has given a very brief about E for Impact Foundation already. So, and as you know, today is fully curated by E for Impact. So I will not get too much in depth of what E for Impact does, but our booth is just around the corner there, and you will be able to have a lot of information about the work we do. But most importantly, I would just like to give a very brief opening remarks. Last night, I spent some time putting together a presentation, and then I revisited the agenda this morning. I noticed it's supposed to be a speech instead of a presentation. So I quickly did something, but I don't want to let go of this slide, so I will be projecting it while I am giving my speech. So again, I would like to welcome everybody to, again, the 6th edition of the African Tech Show and the 11th edition of China Trade Week here in Kenya. Well, today, this event symbolizes something that Africa needs more than ever. Now, the convergence of innovation, entrepreneurship, technology, investment, and global partnership. As I stand here today with this big problem behind us, we should be, or I am rather reminded that Africa is not short of talent. Africa is indeed not short of ambition. Africa is not short of ideas at all. You know, yesterday we heard a lot of panel discussions, you know, speaking to this, and there is no shortage of this at all. Our challenge is particularly transforming that talent, ambition, and innovation into sustainable businesses that create jobs. You know, if you had a look at the first slide that I put there, those are very interesting data flying around. Well, it could be very complicated, but the trend is alarming. Unemployment in Africa or across the continent is becoming a challenging issue for us. Today, Africa is home to approximately 420 million youth, young people between the age of 15 and 25, and 35, I beg your pardon. Yet, according to research estimate, 1/3 of these young people are unemployed. Equally, they are discouraged from seeking employment, or they are rather trapped in vulnerable and informal jobs. And not only about 1 in 6 holds a formal wage-paying job. Furthermore, the number of unemployed young Africans is projected to rise from 23.6 million in 2024 to 27 million by 2030. This is alarming to me. These statistics are just not numbers, colleagues. These are real statistics that we are looking at, and we ought to do something about this as soon as possible. But today, I would like you to believe with me, because I firmly believe that this challenge is also Africa's greatest opportunity. Right. At E4Impact Foundation, we have always believed that sustainable development will not be achieved by creating more job seekers. And this is why we prepare entrepreneurs to be job creators instead of job seekers. Our mission has been very simple since 2010. To train, support, and connect new generation of African impact entrepreneurs who build profitable businesses while addressing social, environmental challenges. And, you know, we have curated this day particularly so that we get to understand what I am talking about here. Now, right after me, there will be a panel discussion that is led by E4Impact alumni. Indeed, some of them are still undergoing our programs. Now, and they will speak to the pain, the gains, the challenges and the wins of entrepreneurship. Indeed, colleagues, entrepreneurship is not an easy step. Since E4Impact was established, we have worked across more than 20 African countries, partnering with universities, institutions, businesses, and development agencies to strengthen entrepreneurial ecosystems and empower local innovators. Through our programs, we have trained over 2,000 entrepreneurs, real businesses that are still moving, right? Through our programs. We have worked with more than 31 universities, African universities, through the E4Impact University Alliance, and supported businesses that generate employment and sustainable solutions in their communities. On average, each entrepreneur that have been trained through our programs creates approximately 13 jobs, right? Which is demonstrating the multiplier effect of entrepreneurship driven through development. What makes E4Impact unique is our conviction that universities must become engines of economic transformation. Colleagues, really, I had a look at the statistics. I don't remember the numbers, but each year, universities are graduating numbers of, young graduates. And the first thing they do is to carry their CV and go knocking on doors, right? So really, we wanted to position E4Impact to be the job creators or to be the engine to create jobs. And we don't only do this by ourselves. We do this through partnership. And I would like to remind you that our program started right here in Kenya, 2010, with Tangaza College University. Kenya has played a particular important role in this journey. The E4Impact Entrepreneurship Centers, as my colleague have mentioned, one located here in Karen and the other located in Accra, Ghana, which I manage, has become a leading platform for acceleration, incubation, innovation, ecosystem development, and partnership support. Through partnerships with government, developmental agencies, investors, and universities, the centers continue to empower SMEs and startups that create employment opportunities while addressing challenges in agriculture, climate resilience, health, education, digital inclusion, and financial services. And this is where events such as the Africa Trade Show and the China Trade Week become critically important. Technology is no longer just a sector. For us, for Impact, technology has long become an enabler for our entrepreneurs and innovators. It is transforming our valuable sector that we know in Africa, agriculture, through precision farming. It is expanding financial inclusion through fintech. It is creating market access through e-commerce. It is strengthening healthcare through digital solutions. Indeed, it is improving education through online learning. We are about to relaunch our MBA program with the Open University of Kenya, and it will entirely be online for entrepreneurs that are scattered across the continent. But given the intensity of these programs, participants will be required to come to the center, for pitch sessions and network sessions as well. Well, at E4Impact, we call this impact entrepreneurship, not just entrepreneurship. Why? Because we focus on businesses that can succeed economically while delivering social and environmental value. Businesses that can tackle unemployment while creating opportunities. Businesses that can solve local problems while competing globally. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, we ought to remember that Africa's future will not be determined by its challenges, right? It will be determined by how you and I respond to them. The young people of Africa are not waiting for solutions, and I see so many young faces among us today. I know, equally like me, we are not waiting for opportunities. We are not lazy people. Africa's future will be determined by its challenges. It will be determined by how we respond, how the young people of Africa are not willing for solutions but to create them. We are going to build together, and we are going to create one of the best startups Africa has ever seen. They are going to be developing technologies that will be changing many lives. They are indeed already innovating in agriculture, renewable energy, healthcare, manufacturing, and education. And you hear many of this coming from the next panel that is after me. And I would like to speak directly to the leaders among us today. Our responsibility as leaders and policymakers, education, investors, and development practitioners is to provide our young people with the ecosystem they need to thrive. And I've heard many of that yesterday from the panel. But what many young people complain about is many of those become speeches and speeches and speeches with no action. So for us at E4Impact, we are inviting you to join us in making Africa what it ought to be. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Mr. Xavier Gotimevo one more time. He gave us a call to action to actually empower the youth more. Next, we would like to have a presentation on the digital gateway to East Africa, how technology can simplify market entry, compliance, and cross-border trade. We are blessed with the presence of Evans Oduo. Evans Oduo is a lawyer and a legal tech from LexCan. And then we also have Duncan Kiragu. Duncan Kiragu, who is a software engineer, a legal tech with EMS Law, LLP, and LexCan. So if they are here, if Duncan is here, kindly, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate him as he makes his way. Is Evans also here? Is Evans here? Okay, Evans is still finding his way here. So I will leave the platform to Duncan. Duncan, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate him.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I hope you have had a lovely day. So today we're going to take a deep dive into what does a digital gateway for business services look like in Kenya and in emerging markets, and even the greater African markets. So that's what we're going to be exploring today. So one of the things that we've considered, and a topic that has been discussed a lot, is where are we placing ourselves as Kenyans in the market, right? Like, what are the solutions that we're providing? What are the problems that we're solving, both for ourselves and even the solutions that we're selling to others? Because some of the things that you're seeing, even being a China Trade Week, and seeing very many exhibitions or seeing very many booths of different kind of products, different kind of services, like there's so many things that are being made for communities and those that even benefit other communities without being people who are making it in the industry itself. So some of the things that we're going to go through is the platform that we're creating to enable us to have that cross-border trade. So we're going to go to the next slide. Okay. So one of the things that people are facing a challenge with. So this is my colleague, Evans, who is an advocate. And part of our system, we have a compliance module that is very key. And it's going to take you guys through the compliance module and the market entry roadmap that we have. And I'll come chip in on the specific industries that we're going to be tackling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dan, for that introduction. So a very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're doing great. My name is Evans Odur. I am a lawyer, and I'm also a software engineer. Being a lawyer and a software engineer has put me in a very unique position, a very, very unique vantage point, where I am able to understand some of the problems that business owners face on a day-to-day basis, because we deal with these challenges on a day-to-day basis. Being a software engineer as well puts me in another position where I am not only able to propose solutions, but also able to actually come up with solutions to solve these problems. And that is how we were able to come up with LexCan. So I deal in a very interesting intersection of law and technology that is called legal tech. It's a very, very interesting area, a bit of an emerging area at the moment. And what I want us to do today is I just want to walk you through the journey of the type of solution that we've been able to develop, at least for business owners in Kenya. So we are LexCan Tech. If you could please just go to the next slide. Thank you. So we are LexCan Tech, and what we've been able to do here is we were first able to map out the problem that business owners face whenever they need to access a market and whenever they need to expand into a market. The market that I'm referring to in this case is Kenya. So if you're a business owner, for example, you have your business in Rwanda, for example, or in Ghana, and you'd want to access the market in Kenya, you'd want to enter, and you'd want to expand. The problem comes in when, one, you have to understand the type of business structure that you need to come with. Two, you need to understand the market itself. You need some sort of market intelligence for you to understand how exactly to get into the market. Number three, you need things like compliance. You need to comply with KRA. Your taxes need to be compliant. Regulatory approvals that you need. Licensing requirements that you need. So, next slide, please. So you can see that the biggest issue here is that you as a business owner willing and wanting to expand in Kenya, you have a very fragmented journey where everything for you is handled quite separately. You have spreadsheets, WhatsApp threads, emails that you throw around, trying to make sure that you're able to see and trying to make sure that you're compliant, trying to track things here and there. So that is what we were able to map out as the fragmented journey for you as a business owner. And the cost of fragmentation itself, let's go to the next slide, you can see is that you get to have a delayed market entry. If you have a product, you might find that your competitor has already entered the market. They might have had a seamless experience entering the market than you. You get that you have repeated document requests that you have to make via email. You're not able to track everything at the same time. So let's go to the next slide. So you can see that our core proposition is for us to come up with one digital platform where you as a business owner can access from anywhere in the world. And that is why we make our solution available on the web, on the mobile app, Play Store, and App Store. The goal is this, that you need to be able to delegate some sense of authority to some professional service, where you are sure that you will get professional service when it comes to registering your business. You are sure that when it comes to compliance, you'll get professional service and your business is going to be compliant. When it comes to tax regulations, you're sure that you will get professional service all through one platform. And that is exactly what LexCan intends to do. So we bring together a multitude of different actors to make sure that we're able to bring this service to you. If you need tax advisors, you can get them through LexCan. If you need compliance requirements, you can get them through the platform. You're able to track them, everything, through the platform. Let's go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Let's go to the next slide. And the main pillars that we base this upon are just 4 pillars. 1, the goal is for you to be able to assess and understand the market. 2, the goal is for you to be able to enter the market and be compliant. 3, the goal for you is to be able to operate within that market. And number 4, the goal is for you to be able to expand within other jurisdictions. When I talk about other jurisdictions, our goal is to help you expand your businesses across East Africa. That is what we are looking at the moment. So we are dealing with Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. That is ideally what we are looking towards. Let's go to the next slide, please. So at this juncture, you had a slight discussion with my partner. I will let him come and he will walk you through some of the solutions that we've been able to devise. One other important solution that I must put out there that we've been able to come up with is called LexCan AI, which is ideally an AI platform. Think of it like this. You're a manufacturer and you want to come to Kenya. At the base level, you're going to need contracts between you and your distributors, between you and your employees. As it is now, it might be very easy, of course, for you to generate a contract via ChatGPT. You can use Cloud, for example. But the problem is this. You go to court and you find that the contract is not enforceable. Or you go to court and you find that the contract does not protect you as a business owner. And that's the goal that we intend to solve with LexCan AI. The goal being, because LexCan AI is a platform that has been developed by both lawyers and software engineers. So you need to be able to generate a contract where you are confident that if you do go to court with this document, it's enforceable. It's going to protect you as a business owner. And at the same time, in the event where you'd require a review of the same contract, you can still do it within the same platform. You can send the contract out to an advocate, they can review it on your behalf, and then they can send any corrections or amendments that will be proper for you to have in the contract. So let me invite my colleague to walk you through some of the solutions that we've been able to design for manufacturers, investors, just so that you get a gist of the type of solution that we're offering. Dan.
Thank you for that, Evans. I hope you've got a preamble of what we're trying to achieve, right? So we're going to go to the next slide. just to understand the specific industries and the exhibitors who are here at CTW, how you can be able to plug in and how you can benefit from what we are offering. So the first solution is going to be for manufacturers and exporters. We've had very many conversations with people who want to bring product into Kenya, or people who want to take products out of Kenya, who want to export, let's say, avocados or the like, whether it's agricultural, horticulture, and the like. There are a lot of different things that have to take place in between. So there's contracts that need to be signed, there's money that needs to be moved, there's due diligence that needs to be done to protect both the supplier and the person on the receiving end. So that's especially in Kenya. So example, you have a container that's coming in from China and it's coming in to Kenya, right? So there are things that need to be taken into account, right? So there are two ports here. There has to be paperwork done in China that is going to, it's going to represent. So there's this shipping container, there's this agent who is the one that ensured that the things that are in the container are the goods that you asked for. And on the Kenyan side, you have clearing agents as well. So through this process, we want to make sure that you're covered on both sides, that we are making sure that by the time you're setting in or you're putting that money down for freight, that it's covered. So this applies for the applicable standards that we have. We're ensuring that you're compliant with the bodies of shipping, for example, and we're making sure that the agreements that you have with the distributors, the suppliers, the exporter, the agents are solid. So that's just the ways that we can plug in for this particular industry. Another thing that we're envisaging, right, is that we want to have one-click deploys to market. And it's something that's very ambitious, but it's essentially ensuring that you have business that's running in Kenya. And we know how things operate in Uganda, we know how things operate in Tanzania, we know how things operate in Rwanda. Why not be able to push all your agreements, all your compliances to a different country? Wouldn't that be great? You can just say, hey, yeah. Wouldn't that be great? Right? I mean, it sounds like it sounds like a daydream, but trust, with everything set in place and everything in concrete order and that has been logged, that is something that is easily achievable, and it's something that we're looking towards as Lexken. So we'll go to the next slide. So now looking into the solutions for importers and distributors. Now it's going to tie in to the exporters and the manufacturers. So you have a product that you need to take to market. Now, there's certain things that you need to consider here, and especially in Kenya, for example. When you talk to startup founders, they usually have these very good ideas, and yes, it's worked in the US, it's worked in Europe. But then in Kenya, you have to consider the market conditions at all points, right? You have to be very realistic about what it means for a Kenyan to spend money on something, for a Kenyan to attribute value to a product or to a service or to a good, right? It's going to be very different because of also the economic, let's say, disparity, and also the spending parity that we have as Kenyans. So one of the things I think that we will stress, and we'll keep saying it even in the slides, is compliance and due diligence. That's something that's very important, So we have this common phrase, of course, I'm pretty sure we've all heard of it, na kuna kusikiza ground, and for us, we are boots on the ground. We want to make sure that if you're an importer, you want a warehouse, you need to know the history of the place that you're going to be storing your goods in. So that it's not like you put your goods there and then 2 weeks down the line, there's a court case, and then your goods, you have to move them to a different place. There are kinks that can be ironed out by doing due diligence beforehand. And since that's something that you don't have to worry about, you're outsourcing essentially the risks that you will be facing, right? So that as a business owner, as an importer, as a distributor, you can focus on the goods themselves and not the operations that are underlying, which I think is a pretty good addition. Because when you think about the current economic situation of our country, there are very many things that you need to consider, right? So we're looking more into the action. So you are interested in, people want furniture. You go source the furniture. we make sure that everything else is ironed out for you. So the people that you're making the payments to, the people that you're signing agreements with when it comes to clearing, we've done due diligence on them. Do they have political exposure? Are they in schemes? We make sure that that's ironed out for you so that when you're putting it, you have full confidence in exactly what you're going to be getting at the end of the day. So that improves the relationship also between client and the distributor itself, or the business professional in this particular case. So we'll go to the next slide, which is for investors and project developers. Another interesting thing. And this is looking at the current landscape, again in Kenya. We're seeing very many buildings grow up everywhere. So this is a sign that we're growing as a market, but it's also something that you need to be very careful about. You know, people want to spend their hard-earned money on an investment. You know, they want to put some money down. You want to get an apartment somewhere. You want to get, you know, a property that's going to generate revenue for you. But how can you be sure that this particular property, this particular unit that is being sold to you, because I'll be very honest, you know, when an investment manager or someone that is advising you is telling you about a particular unit that you'll be very interested in, they're usually very nice words, you know? It's in a prime location. It's going to appreciate in value. It's next to the road, you know? People are moving to this prime location. You know, in 2 years, you can have your family here. You know, it's very, very lush, very green. But what is the reality behind the promises that they're giving you? That is what we take care of for you. So once you sign an inquiry with us as a Lexcan, we do the due diligence so that you rest and you can put your money there with confidence, or you can redirect it to something that will bring you better value while keeping it at the same cost, right? So another thing that we're going to be doing is data rooms. So there's this issue of I sent you an agreement and you signed it, and the other person says, I never signed an agreement. This is usually something that happens a lot where people don't agree. So we all signed a document in the presence of said witnesses, and you realize all the witnesses were biased towards one party, and you are the one being played the entire time. So how do we mitigate this? Once we have all the documents logged on the system, and we have these things called data rooms. So once that is locked, I think you've had the blockchain technology that is being used. So that is one of the applications for it in our application. So once that document is there, it's idempotent. It cannot change. So when it's time to revisit, or when it's time to get maybe into, you know, you're getting into litigation about a specific matter regarding an agreement or a contract, then it becomes very easy because it was signed, it has been stored somewhere securely, and it's not changing. So it gives you peace of mind as well. Another thing is a risk register. One of the things that we've mentioned, and that my colleague mentioned as well, is market entry. What does market entry mean for a business owner? So you've been employed for, let's say, most of your life, and you're thinking of starting a business, but you don't know exactly, you know, how is it going to look like in a real world situation. One of the services that we offer is consulting, and it's business consulting as well. So this is business consulting that is supported by legal expertise, by financial expertise, and I mean, if you require software expertise as well, that is something that can be provided for you. So you get a risk register and a proposal that tells you exactly, your idea is good, yes. How is it going to tally? How is it going to work in a real world situation? You know, so that you're not, again, risking something in a market that may be a bit harsh to you. You see, I don't know if you've seen these ideas that were very good. They were good ideas, but they were released 10 years ago. So the need for it now is great, but the need for it 10 years ago was not great. So it was seen as a bad idea some time back, but now it's something that is being picked up. And I think you're seeing this a lot with the AI boom as well. That there were chips that were released many years ago that were useful, but we hadn't gotten to the place where we thought, you know, we'd make a bit more use of it. And right now we are revisiting those old things. Now, the good thing with working with people who are professionals is I can tell you, table that idea. work on it a bit more, give it a few more years, and at that point, probably there'll be a shift in our culture. There'll be a shift in the way the businesses are moving. There'll be a shift in the market. And that's very important because it informs investment opportunities. It informs market entry, even into other emerging markets. And it informs like the revenue that you're going to get, right? So that's something that's very important. Also going to go to the next slide to see more opportunities for e-commerce and digital business. This is something that has been on the rise. And I think some of the exhibitors here are people who are working on creator platforms. Because people are realizing that there's a very big gap, that we're making a lot of content that is useful in Kenya, but people are not getting paid for it. That there's a lot of IP that is being pushed out there. People are replicating the same content that you're pushing on Kenyan social media to, let's say, the US or some European countries, and they're getting paid more. So we're seeing a lot of businesses that are coming into the country, and they're like, okay, you're providing value in your social media, why not make money out of it? Like, aside from the brand deals that you're going to get, and aside from the, let's say, speaking opportunities, why not make money? Why not monetize the good content that you're producing on a regular basis for free, right? So one of the services that we're providing is digital market entry assessment. How do you enter the digital market? What's your niche? What is a specific area that you think your solution is going to fit into? Also, what are the intellectual property implications, right? So that's something that you need to consider. And another thing is we monitor policies and regulations that are going to keep being released in the acts of parliament so that you're always aware. Like, as a creator, what does that mean for me? So we'll also go to the next slide, which is going to more or less combine most of the things that we've talked about. So that's the risk intelligence. We're going to help you with the company registration process, the screening, which I've talked about, the due diligence, the sanction list and debarment exposure, as well as insolvency history. So again, in any industry that you're in, as long as you feel that this is a service that you can use, you make an inquiry with us, and you'll be able to get sorted out. So I'm going to quickly jump to our ecosystem. So just go to the very last slide. The very last one. So this is how you can plug in with us. You can scan the QR code, but we also have a booth just outside here, and you can come and we can have this discussion and talk a bit more about your needs and talk about how, as Lexcan, we can be able to assist you. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope that we are able to work together.
Thank you very much, Team Lexcan. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Thank you very much. This event is indeed an event that focuses on digital transformation and innovation. This is the 11th edition of the China Trade Week, 6th edition of the Africa Technology Show, 4th edition of the Africa Build Show, and the 3rd edition of Megawatt Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your audience and your attention. My name is Janet Owusudakon, or as most of you have renamed me, Janet, and I am from the beautiful Republic of Ghana, and I am loving Nairobi already. So permit me to say, Asante Sana. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, oh yes, please clap. I love it. How do you say clap in your language? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next, we would like to move to the panel discussion, a very brief panel discussion on building scalable tech ventures for Africa's next billion users. This will be exploring startup scalability and opportunities across Africa. And I would like to introduce the speakers or the panelists for this session. I would like us to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Joram Mwinamo, who is the founder of SNDBX. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate him as he makes his way here. You would want to interact with him after this session. You would want to interact with him after this session. Also, coming straight from Ghana, we have Victor Elomoga, who is the team lead of Melvic Technologies. Also from Ghana, Stephen Saponche, Creative Director, Leather on Call. And the lady joining me to have a gender balance is Florence Delali Aholu, Senior Products Manager, Dobandi Technologies. So this goes to speak how exploring scalable tech ventures for Africa's next billion users will be discussed. And of I have the honor of moderating this session. We are going to keep it very brief. We don't want to present any GMTs here. Thank you very much. My affable panelists, I would like to give each of you, it's fine, you're fine. Phone is there. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate our organizers. They are very swift. They are very swift. I'm loving this. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Once again, let's appreciate our organizers. I would like to give our speakers each 2 seconds to introduce themselves, your name, what you do, and where you're from. This is a blend panel discussion, so please. I would like to start with Florence.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aholu Delali Florence. I'm from Ghana. I'm with MegaQuest. MegaQuest is a voice-based data analytics platform for research, and we use AI to do transcription, analysis, and generate reports for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephen.
Hello, good morning. My name is Stephen Sapon. I'm the creative director for Leather on Kogan Limited, a solar-powered eco facility which combines eco-friendly raw materials like cork, waste wood, pallets, sawdust into making amazing products, which you can see some here by my side. And I'm very, very happy to be here to share what we've experienced, what we know over the years in business to you guys. So thank you.
Thank you, Joram.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's still morning?
Still morning.
Okay, yeah, Joram Mwinamo, my name. I run a company called Sandbox, which is based here in Nairobi. We are a one-stop shop to support entrepreneurs and enterprises that are looking for professional services. I always have to explain, and in fact, the presentation just before this, we can partner with them. So if you're looking for legal or accounting or HR or marketing or strategy services, digital marketing and the like, all the business things you don't want to handle as an entrepreneur, we are happy to handle them on your behalf and help your business to grow and scale. And I just realized we've met in Accra before and we are meeting on stage again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate the mutual connection. You never know who you meet. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Victor Elom Morga. I am the founder and team lead of Melvic Technologies in Ghana. So for the past decade, we've been helping individuals and businesses to extend the life of their technologies through laptop and phone repairs. Recently, we've digitalized the whole operation with our maiden app called Fixera. That is a kind of a web application that takes care of your device from the time it gets spoiled to the time it gets repaired. Over the years, we've serviced over 40,000 gadgets and served more than 15,000 customers from Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them. If you want to clap, please feel free and clap. Yeah, it's a free world. Thank you. And I am Janet Owusudako, once again moderating this session. To zoom directly into the discussion, I would like to ask a general question to my panelists, and I would like to start with you, Stephen. Many African startups, build great products but struggle a lot to scale beyond their first market. Sometimes, and where we are coming from, we deal with 3 different business levels: the idea level, the startup level, and then the scale-up level. What do you think is the biggest barrier, or say one of the slightest but biggest struggle to scaling technology ventures across Africa, and how can we sort of deal with this challenge and then overcome it? Because we can't just overcome it. We have to find a way to balance it. We deal with it emotionally, psychologically, financially, spiritually, so to say, and then we can overcome it. Stephen.
Okay, all right. So this is a pack to one question. So for us at Leather on Co, I will use my business case as an example when we were starting, because we realized that the whole system, or the whole code space, has a system of standardizing everything. All right, you need to pass through a process of you having the idea, getting your product prototyped, getting it tested, getting it ready for market. So it's like a cut and fit process that each and every entrepreneur needs to pass through before you can have a go-to market product to sell. For me, I'm here to tell young entrepreneurs and young startups that you might be able to skip the process, some of them, because if you want to get everything in place, kind of, do A, B, C, D before you get to C, D, F. It might take you a couple of time, resources, finances, which it's very difficult sometimes. We, from the part of region where we come from, Africa, getting resources to kind of get some of these things started is a bit difficult. So the over-standardization is a very big challenge for me, as I always say, not to go with the full cut and fit kind of a process. And for me, just go with the flow, get what you have now. Yesterday, one panelist was talking about we African startups likes whining a lot. We need to get the resource that we have available to start hitting the ground. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Jerome, you are an author, you are a founder. You could basically advise the entire world on how to scale up business.
So I think there are a lot of challenges that African entrepreneurs go through in almost, every country that I've interacted with. In fact, I think African entrepreneurs should have a free pass to heaven, because, the suffering we already go through just trying to build a business means there's so much we go through. And that's generally because a lot of the markets we are coming from are first already quite chaotic, like a lot of infrastructure that's needed to get many things in place. Whichever industry you go to, you find maybe the standards are not present, maybe the regulator doesn't understand what you're trying to do, maybe there's not enough trained talent in that particular space for you to have access to a lot of great talent. And so usually as an African entrepreneur, you're not just building a product, but you're also moving the industry forward, because you're training people, you're educating the regulators, you're building infrastructure. And so it ends up being a much more difficult job than it should be, because in many other places around the world, you'd find these things either already exist or you have people that are willing to help you to do that. And I've not even talked about add the corruption, add, the scammers and all sorts of people that you meet in the market. And so there's a lot to navigate. It is a lot of work. It can be very heavy on the entrepreneur. And I keep saying that you find only the most resilient keep tackling these problems one after the other. The good news is if you're able to overcome all these challenges that I've mentioned, the opportunity ends up being very big because you end up being the pioneer, the one who's known to have done this, and you end up opening a market that possibly many people are not dealing with. So on a macro scale, you're dealing with that within your country, and every new country you go to, you kind of have to repeat the same, wash and rinse the process that you've gone through in your own country. And we are 54 countries, we are 1.2 to 4 billion people from estimates, but every country basically you have to repeat that particular process. So I'm a big proponent of a One Africa. I think if we were one market, it would be amazing. Entrepreneurs would be scaling so much faster than having to go through what we go through right now.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate their contributions. That's very key. According to him, we have green cards and free pass to heaven as entrepreneurs, and we love that. We love that. It's not easy being an entrepreneur. Now, let me come to you, Florence. You are a product manager. And so I would like to ask you, as a product manager and as a female techie, clack it. Please, if you're here and can clack it for me. Let me see you clack it. Let's clack it. Thank you. As a senior product manager, how can startups design products that address local challenges? From your AI interpretation and all of that. And I know that since you came to Kenya, we've heard some of the local dialects, and people keep asking, so how do we interact and all of that? So how can we address local challenges while remaining adaptable, adaptable to enough success and also succeed through multiple African markets? Because you have been trying to scale from the Western Africa, the Eastern Africa, and then the Southern Africa, and then the Northern Africa, and then beyond Africa as well. So please, how can we do that?
Thank you for the question. For me, so far, I've realized that we tend to think that whatever we've done in our country will just translate into other countries as well. Because we have the perception that, we are all Africans, we are all blacks. So if I take this product to maybe Nigeria, they'll easily adopt it because, it's an African product. But then one thing we realize is that research is very important. You need to know the markets you're going into. You need to understand the culture of wherever you want to expand to. And that's why we built MegaQuest, because we were thinking, okay, if we want to do something that has to do with data collection, data analytics, what comes to mind? And then we were thinking, okay, there are so many different languages, there are so many barriers to that. How do we break through that? Do we do that through text or do we do that through voice? And we realized that voice works because if I'm speaking to someone in my local dialect, it's easier to communicate that, and it's easier to get insights when I'm communicating in a way that I'm comfortable with. If I'm someone that I'm not someone that can speak good English, I'm not fluent in English, then I'm being interviewed or research is going on and I'm being forced to speak English, I will tend to summarize the whole thing. I'll be like, okay, this is all I have to say. Meanwhile, I have so much more information that I could have given to that entrepreneur, that founder, that could have influenced their decision about scaling. So we decided to build a research platform that enables you to get insights, to enable you to have information that would affect your business. So that when you're thinking of scaling, you're thinking of expanding, the information you are using to expand is validated, it's accurate, and it's good enough for you to build your foundation on. Thank you.
Thank you. Accuracy, validation, and good enough to build your foundation on. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can clap it for her here. Let's clap it for her. Thank you very much. Victor, Melvic Technologies. Emerging technologies such as AI, cloud computing, and automation are transforming businesses. And I know you've been doing a lot of these things to come up with Fixera and all of that. Which technologies do you believe African startups should prioritize over the next 5 years to remain competitive? Because you're a big man. You're a big man, and you've come here to actually expose yourself and talk about what you do. So what do you think is the right approach?
Thank you very much. First of all, technology is good. And I want to tell you that you shouldn't adopt technology because it's fashionable and everybody is using it. No. Adopt technology because it solves a real problem for you. Let the technology solve a real problem for you. See, when I started Melvic Technologies, I worked alone. Sometimes laptops will come in, I used to fix them myself. It goes a time that I couldn't do it alone. I had to get people to help me. I built systems. Systems are very important. My colleagues were mentioning about, we're talking about scaling up. If you can scale up within your own city, there's no way you can scale up across Africa. So building systems help that. And along the way, technology came in, AI. Without AI, we're using websites for people to order for book appointment for repairs and all of that. But technology like AI, we've been able to come up with a web app called Fixera that has been able to streamline repair services from the time you have a problem to the time it's fixed for you in very simple way. We've adopted AI, we have adopted cloud computing, and then we've also adopted what we call system automation. Let me explain to you. So what we do at Melvic is when your gadget gets spoiled, what you have to do is just go to the app. It's not available here in Ghana when we're piloting it. So what you do is that you go to the app, you request for a service. Oh, my iPhone 13 Pro Max screen is cracked. If you can't select, you can just type what you think is wrong with your device. My iPhone 13 Pro Max screen is cracked. The AI will just give you a solution. Or this morning, I woke up, my laptop is not turning on. The system will just give you solution from the expertise we've built over the past 10 years. It's not what somebody has built. It's what myself and my over 10 technicians have been able to, experience over the 10 years. We've built it into the AI system. So it first gives you African solution, a solution from experience. If it's not in our database, then probably it will source it from the internet. Oh, try and do ABC to see if it will fix your problem for you. If it doesn't, so that's AI doing the work. If it doesn't, request for it to be fixed. As soon as you click on request, it will ask you, do you want device to be picked up? Yes. Within 30 minutes, a dispatch rider reaches out to you, picks up your device, take it to our shop. We let you know the quotation within the app. It communicates with you, sends you notification. It is going to cost you this amount of money to fix it. Approve. But within 10 minutes or 30, even a screen replacement, sometimes when the device gets to our shop, 10, 30 minutes, you are done. So within 2 hours, we've gotten your screen replaced without you, stepping foot outside your house or your office. And these are real problems Africans were facing. You have your phone cracked, and sometimes it takes you 2 days before you can get it fixed. You need people to trust, and people have trusted us over the past decade. That's why they trust us when we give them the technology. So first, let the technology solve a real problem for you. Secondly, adopt the cloud computing thing, because as I'm sitting here, I'm not in Ghana, but they are taking orders. That's how technology leverages all this kind of leverages on our work for us. So leverage on AI. AI has been running for some time. Seek knowledge on it. Read more about it. Every day, new tools are coming up. Look at what can transform your business and adopt it. If you can't get somebody to design one for you now, I mean, the way the system is going, if only you can read and write, you can code. Now there are apps that you can design an app without being a software engineer. It's as easy as that. So just take time and invest in your business. Leverage on AI, cloud computing, system automation, and finally, when you adopt these 3 things, make sure that you adopt cybersecurity as well, because you can't leverage on technologies and, expose the data of, make it, the data of your customers vulnerable. That one will not help. So try and build this trust with customers, and I believe it will help your business grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So in a nutshell, Fixera is the best app. Just stick to Fixera. Ladies, for him, we won't clap it for him. He's a man. So ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate him. Let's clap for him. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions among the audience? Feel free to ask questions. Any questions? Yes. One. If you have a question, please put your hand up so that we can get the mics ready. I saw a hand up there. Okay, one. We'll come to you. We'll get the mic. Any more questions, please? All right. So my final take for you, for the panelists. Now let's come to Africa, because this is Africa Technology Show. What practical strategies should founders adopt, when expanding into new African markets? I mean, considering the AFCFTA, West Africa, we have ECOWAS, and then I know we have COMESA and all of that. What are the strategies, practical strategies we need to adopt to be able to expand into new African markets? Because coming here, we have come to see that there are also new laws, local laws, there are international laws, there are regional laws. So Joram, I would start with you briefly. What are some of the practical strategies founders, young founders, let's make it specific for them, so that they know how to go about it.
Okay. So we've been able to build partnerships in 10 African countries. And I'd say, I think there are times we overcomplicate expansion, where you first want to go in, register, get going on the ground, hire people, and these kind of things. I think it just starts with looking at this product that I've built. Does the same problem exist in the same way in another African country? And then I'd say before making heavy investments, think about going in, first, maybe if you can put some money together, travel to the country, explore the landscape, maybe talk to other entrepreneurs about what does the landscape look like. Just trying to get a sense of, does the problem exist in the same way in this market, or is the market structured differently? Are there regulatory barriers that we would need to overcome? Like if you're in fintech, I'm sure for a lot of countries, you probably need to register with the central banks of those countries and these kinds of things. And then you could also just maybe begin with licenses or partners who can test and sell your product in the market with you as a supplier to them before even thinking of setting up the offices. So I would say, look for the most cost-efficient way of going into a country. There'll be a lot to learn once you get started, and inadvertently that means that you need to build networks and partnerships with trusted people that you can begin the business with in that country, who can help you figure out the local cultural context. Sometimes there's a language context that you need to take into consideration. And then, start small, maybe with a product that might have the most demand, and as you build traction, then you'll be able to think through what your strategy should be in terms of expanding within that particular market. But I'd say that for the companies that have been able to figure this out, the rewards tend to be quite big, because now with economies of scale, usually there's a lot more that you can build into your product or service that can layer on what it is that you're doing in your primary market. I was just asking him if they have a Kenyan presence, because what he described in terms of how they can service technology gadgets is something that we need here in Kenya. And so, if he was able to have a presence here in Kenya, it would work quite well, but it would mean that if I traveled to Ghana and I'm already his client, and something happens when I'm in Ghana, I actually have somebody to serve me and I don't have to wait to come home and that kind of thing. So I think there's a lot of opportunities within that scaling, but I'd say that you tread carefully, start small in a country and then grow organically, or, then you can put in money to do faster expansion.
Thank you, Joram. Steve.
Okay, so I will pick on research. We need to use all the tools available. As my brother rightly said, there are so many tools now, Copilot, Gemini, the rest, they are there for us to conduct an intensive research into any country or territory that you want to have your presence there. Not every solution, because it's working in your region, doesn't mean it's going to fly in the different region. You need to look at your regional reach, because for us, we are in Ghana, West Africa, so the closest one for us to do is we do Togo, we do Benin, we do Nigeria. On the left side, we do Ivory Coast and also Liberia, Equatorial Guinea, and realize that each of them preference and taste are very, very different. The price of footwear, mode or design or shape is totally different from what Beninois or Togolese will love to wear. Even the quality, the mode, the shape, the design, the material to even use for such production are even different. So it's not that it's working in Ghana, so you're going to dump the same mode of production process to a different country. So much research needs to go into that. Much data needs to be collected and analyzed and interpreted and also be reported. So this is what has helped us to scale, because at the early stages we realized that most Ghanaian entrepreneurs were using animal-based leathers, that is cow skin, horse, sheep and the rest. But from environment and resource management background, we wanted to have an alternative leather material that we can use to make our product different from that of the Western world. And we realized that we can use the cork sheets, the champagne cork that we all throw away, to recycle it, grind them, pass it through a process onto a thin line, then laminated, which is very strong elasticity-wise. It can also serve as an alternative to leather. So such technology help us to differentiate our business model, differentiate us from the rest. And not only that, we also delve into the accessories business, belt, wallet, key holders. We realize that, hey, everybody needs accessories, be it for a girlfriend, a husband, a loved one, a boss. You need such accessories or gift items to be given out. So such product line didn't fly in Ivory Coast. I don't know, but we realize that they are not sort of appreciative kind of people. I don't know, so sorry my word though. But Ghanaians, you look at Nigeria too as well, and I will pick on the Ivory Coast and Liberia and Equatorial Guinea. They love to gift. They love to receive gifts. All right, so such markets, we can replicate the same model that we are using in Ghana to these African countries, and we've been so successful in that. So for me, it has been more research. Before we came to Ghana, we need to research about Kenya, what Kenya loves, what's the technology here when it comes to branding, customization, DTF printing. You can see there's a couple of printing technologies here, and are the machines available here, and who is controlling it? What's the price tag? What are the industries that go to these people? Do the industry go to them, or they go to the industry to search for clients? So these are all the necessary important questions that you need to do entering a different market. And we've done that so well, and it has really helped us. Yesterday at our booth, we were very happy to speak to a couple of young entrepreneurs and also business partner collaborators who find our business solution very intriguing, and seeing how best we can partner and see how best we can pick the whole model from Ghana and experience that we experience over the West African countries to replicate the same model in the West African, East African country. You look at Tanzania, Uganda, these are the neighbors. So if we want to scale at the West African space and also come to East Africa, and Kenya being a hub for us to spread this initiative and project. So yeah, thank you. So it has been more of research, getting the right data. I remember consulting her to run some data analysis for me for a new venture, which is into especially pricing and how the product lines, the price card that the customers are willing to pay at the particular point, and then she did a very good job. So these are the things the technology has been doing for our business to scale.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate that contribution. Research, research, research. Now, the gentleman that raised his hand to ask a question. Oh, you are here. So, I want to direct your question to either Victor or Florence. So, take your pick. Who do you want to respond to your question for you?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
So please introduce yourself, ask your question, and then you direct it to either Victor or Florence, and then we can end with that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Jairus, aka Jay. I am the creative and content lead for Nairobi Verified.
Can you speak up, please?
I'm the creative lead for Nairobi Verified. Nairobi Verified is an e-commerce network that helps businesses be easier to find, trust, and buy from. Now, one thing we have in common with my friend here, Victor, is that we help businesses. Like fintech, you help businesses to transform with cutting-edge technology. My question to you is, how is fintech planning to adapt to AGI?
Can you repeat your question?
How is fintech planning
Yes. Okay.
Planning to adapt to AGI?
Yes, to Age AI. How is fintech planning to adapt to Age AI?
Yeah, as you well know, the NASDAQ CEO in March announced that we are now living in the age of AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. Because you work well with AI to provide solutions for businesses, how do you plan to help businesses to adapt to AGI, Artificial General Intelligence?
Artificial General Intelligence, AGI. Yes, you have 30 seconds for that.
Yes.
So that after that, he can have one-on-one interactions with you.
We need to talk.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's a brilliant question. All right, so as my brother Seven said, I mean, for technology, I believe it's there to fix problems. I mean, so identifying the problems at a particular given stage, it's the first thing that you need to actually do. Then the right technology to solve your problem for you is what, as a founder, you need to try and invest your time in. All right? 10 years ago, AI wasn't a thing, but now it is. And here we have someone predicting we'll soon be moving from AI to AGI, right? Okay, so it's good. What I would advise is that you do more research into it and you look at how best it can solve your problem for you, how best it can help scale your business up for you. I mean, everything boils down to research. I love it so much, you know.
So sorry, I don't mean to cut you. You've spoken about research, you've spoken about identifying the problem. So this is where I would want you to have an interaction with him. And then anybody who wants to have an interaction with Victor, because then if he responds, another person will have a question. So please, not in a hurry or in a rush. He's here the whole day, he's here tomorrow. So Florence, please, sum it up for us. As the only lady on this panel, forget about me, I never existed. Yes, sum it up for us.
Okay, so for me, I would say I wanted to just add with the last question about what to look out for. I would say
5 seconds.
Yes. Before you decide to, apart from the research, you have to be open-minded. Don't hold on to whatever you have and insist that it must work in whatever country you are going to. You must be very open-minded, you must be ready to learn, and you must read a lot. Because this whole trade discussions, if you don't read and know the policies being put in place, you may end up taking the long route when there is a shorter route. So you need to read a lot, be open-minded, and do a lot of research, and lean on people. Don't think you can do it alone. If you need help, ask for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate our panelists, Florence, Stephen, Joram, and Victor. Victor of Melvic Technologies, Joram of SNDBX, Leather on Core, and Dubandi Technologies. This goes to show that at E for Impact, they don't just teach entrepreneurship, they train impact entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the first panel discussion. Don't be in a hurry to leave. We have another wonderful presentation from Answer Africa. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having you. They will be back. They have presentations, and please feel free, interact with them. They are not going anywhere. In any case, Joram is here with you in Kenya when we leave. So have a nice day and enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we continue the discussion behind the scenes. And if Answer Africa is here, let me switch back to my row. Thank you. I want Answer Africa to be prepared for a presentation. Production team is coming to clear the stage. But ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Herbert Thuo and Michelle Wanjagatama of Answer Africa. They are here to give us a very wonderful presentation. Let's appreciate them, please. Let's appreciate them. It's not too much talk. It's a presentation on what can help startups.
Good morning, everybody. As we wait for, oh, there it is. Okay. Fantastic. So we are Answer Africa. We are going to just take this time to walk you through some ideas that we have. My name is Herbert Thuo, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Answer Africa.
Good morning. Excellent. How's everyone doing? You're looking good. You're looking lovely. So yeah, I'm Michelle Wanja, co-founder at Answer Africa, and I head up operations. Yeah.
And the presentation we have for you today is to talk about a critical aspect, and I think it builds up from where the previous panel left off, which is this whole idea of now that we've identified where we want to grow into and we have identified businesses. How do we develop business models that can win? In terms of where we have worked?
Yeah, so why we feel we can share this information is because we have worked with over 700 founders across different countries in Africa. Tunisia, Ethiopia, Morocco, South Africa, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. Really, we've experienced amazing founders across the continent. And we feel that some of the insights we've generated would be of so much value to you guys in the room. I mean, one of the values at Answer Africa is that we fail forward. So we don't shy away from mistakes and learning from them. So it's going to be an amazing journey with you. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Michelle. So remember, we do two things to build up from everything else. We help entrepreneurs refine their ideas so that they're ready for the market. But also, by doing that, we prepare you for capital, which is a quintessentially important part of growth and scale. Next slide. So as we started this discussion, previous slide, I think, you skipped one. Yeah. There are four key questions that I need you to ask yourself as an entrepreneur who's thinking about market access. And when I talk about market, I'm not necessarily talking about geographical location. You could even be within the same country, but you really need to be able to address these four questions. I can replace Kenya for another county. I can replace Kenya for another country, right? But is that market the right one? And it's not an easy question because it's nuanced, it's multifaceted, but you have to think about things like demand, timing. Is it the right time? Where is the evidence of that? And that's usually a very big one. Number two is, can we win as a business? Why are we so convinced that in that market we have what it takes to actually win? And this is where evidence is important. And it's very common when we work with entrepreneurs where they say something like, we are very passionate, we think we are going to do very well, we are very good at this thing. The market doesn't care, right? Where is the evidence that you might win? And this is where we'll talk about pilots later on and why that's important.
And Herbert, just to add to that, we also have this thing of, if they're doing it and they're winning, I should do it, I will probably win. That's why we have 75 M-Pesa shops on one street. But some do better than others. So you really have to ask yourself, can you win? What's your value proposition? And does it really work? Yep.
And then the last two is, can we operate compliantly, which was talked about by the previous team, and also can we, of course, can we be sustainable? Can we make money? Can we make sure that we generate enough to keep things going? Next slide. So I won't go through the whole slide, but I want to point a few things out. Remember, these are lessons from the work that we have done. I think Michelle talked about 700 founders. I think we're probably crossed 800 now. And there's some things I want to talk about. So if you look at this, you've got two levels. You've got market readiness at the top. You've got launch operations, growth and scale, and setup. You need to think of these as blocks of setting up your business. First of all, refining your idea, set up your business, get your operations right, then maybe think about growing. Now, it would be premature to think, for example, that you could go to another market or launch a new product in another market if you haven't figured out some of these things. Now, of course, some of these are more painful than others. So if you haven't figured out your business model, your unit costs, and you're in manufacturing, that's completely going to mess you up. If you haven't figured out the regulatory pathway, we are working with some founders in Ethiopia who have a fantastic idea that they brought from Kenya, but the regulatory pathways are just so difficult. So they've had to get out of that market just because of that. So I'd like you guys to think of these things as blocks, right? Maybe one of the critical ones, Michelle, you can talk about is people and how, yes, you can have a fantastic idea. You can be coming from Ghana, for example, and you discount the role that people play.
Yeah, I mean, there's the famous saying, culture beats and eats strategy for breakfast. You could have the most brilliant ideas, But if your team is not rallying behind you on the ground, building with you, the whole entity could come crashing down. And it doesn't matter how much value you're bringing to the community or the ecosystem. If your team is not behind you, they could play a role in actually shutting you down. So don't underestimate the power of team and making sure they're rallying behind you. Yeah.
Next slide. So if I could summarize this first part, because we're going to have 3 parts. If I would think of it as a journey, as you can see, it's not a straight line, it's not a highway, it's valleys and troughs and peaks and so on.
Ups and downs.
Ups and downs. There are a few things I would pick out. So number 1 is the role of partnerships. I think Joram talked about it in his panel, that we sometimes overcomplicate the idea of expansion. How can you leverage on partners who already have the trust of the communities that they serve to drive your product to market? A very underserved area. But then when you think about partnerships, I always like to say a partnership is sort of like a marriage, right? It's got these 4 questions you need to answer. And the first question is, why does the partner need you? As much as we know why you need the partner, but why does the partner need you? And that's question 1 and question 2. Question 3 is, what is the joint picture of success? And this is where most partnerships collapse. In fact, I would argue a lot of people, a lot of entrepreneurs who say they have a partner actually have distributors, channel partners, and suppliers.
And
there's a key difference. Sorry?
And some gentlemen's agreements. You
Yes.
actually have not solidified what it is success is, but you're just thinking, oh, that's my partner. Then when you get on ground, you realize, no, there's actually no exchange of value. Yeah.
And then the other thing is piloting before scaling. There is no shame in starting small. There's everything beautiful about starting small. The idea of piloting and hyperlocalization, where we say, yes, we already have a functioning beauty care product in Uganda, but as we come into Kenya, we're going to change parts of it, maybe the packaging, maybe the way we communicate, maybe the composition, the fragrances. This idea of hyperlocalization makes a difference between businesses that grow and businesses that go into markets and do a lot of things. Yeah. Next slide.
Okay, so I mentioned that over the years we've encountered so many founders and so many learnings. So these are some of the observations that we made around mistakes that happen or mistakes that founders make when they get into African markets. So let's go to the first slide. So the first one is confusing your user and your customer. So a lot of times when you build, we found this especially in the tech world, you're so focused on your tech as a product, but you're not thinking of the solution side of the tech. So for example, if you have a healthcare product, sometimes you're like, doctors are my customer. They're the ones who come on board. But your user experience has to be centered around the patient. So you might be selling medication, but the patient is looking at convenience. So if you have 2-sided markets, just be clear on who your markets are. Is it a farmer and a buyer? Is it a doctor and a patient? And be clear that you need to keep both in mind as you build. The other thing is value proposition versus revenue. So the customer segment that gets the value sometimes is not the one that pays. And we've encountered this a lot in the ed tech space because the parent pays, but who's the beneficiary? It is the child, right? The child is the one who's experiencing it, but the parent is the one who's paying. So you also need to think of these nuances. So while the parent wants a very serious experience, rest assured that platform should be beautiful, colorful, animated, because that's who's engaging with your product. And they may not be the one buying, but they're the ones experiencing it. So think about these 2 elements as you build. So some of the questions to ask yourself, next slide, as you reflect is, think about who is buying. They may buy, but they may not necessarily be the ones fully in the experience. Who will benefit, yeah? Sometimes an NGO is paying for something, and it's a farmer who will benefit. The NGO wants a very clear, structured way to build, but this is Africa. Maybe we need a little bit of chai and mandazi. I need to start maybe 30 minutes late. So think of who will benefit. Who is likely to influence decisions is another key thing. Sometimes the person buying is not necessarily the one who's making the decision, yeah? We've had big global brands who are targeting moms in amazing, beautiful campaigns. But the individuals who are using those global brands are the nannies at home. They're the ones using the soap, making the chapati, using the unga, and they'll say, Mama, usinunue iyo, don't buy that one. And she will go to the shop and she will purchase what is being used by the user. And of course, who is responsible for reporting and evaluating success, yeah? You need to understand who is going to come and tell the story at the end of the day and make sure you're thinking about them and not just the person who's purchasing. Next slide. The other thing, I think I won't belabor this, we've talked about it in the panel before. So scaling before segment clarity is a mistake. Just focus on your market, build, learn, grow, fail, and make sure that you actually have the learnings and see if they can fit to grow. Think about fit for growth. Because sometimes you have the pressure to build, grow. I have a startup. It's the best one in Africa. I want 10 awards. I need to grow, 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 grow. But sometimes the value is actually in focusing and making sure you're stabilized before you grow. So ask yourself, you know, if you had to pick one segment to survive for the next 12 months, which one is it? What's that one thing? The third mistake, next slide.
Maybe before the next slide is, if you think about why segment clarity is important, she just talked about, next slide. She just talked about this pressure from external narratives. It's very common to find entrepreneurs who are in the limelight. They are getting awards, grants, left, right, center. That is not necessarily in itself a good thing, right? Of course, it supports you, it gets you out there, but that should not be the reason for expansion. Making sure that you're very clear on the specific customer segment you're going for is absolutely critical. And then just one last one before we move on, Michelle, is this idea of misinterpreting early signals. Is that you get the first set of customers and you assume that you're fit for scale, right? 3 customers is not equal to a successful business. And we need to then think about, what does a successful commercial model look like, such that you know now you're ready.
Yeah. And
Next
actually, you know, those first 3 customers, they could be mom, dad, your brother, and your husband, and they are chama. But really, those are people who believe in you, but you really need to make sure that your customers are actually out there. They just don't love you, they love the product. Yeah, so next slide. Next, yeah, so I think this has also been mentioned previously. There is such a globalization of Africa, yeah? Have you ever been to visited a country and you're like, I'm from Kenya. They're like, oh, do you know Njoroge from Nairobi? They just think we're one big, happy, small village, but that globalization is not necessarily ideal, especially when it comes to the business perspective. Assuming geography is not necessarily going to be a customer translation, yeah? We've talked about, somebody mentioned, Stephen, gifting is a culture in Ghana, but when they went next door, gifting is not necessarily a thing, and that product doesn't thrive in that world. So what is successful in a certain geography may not necessarily work. And a great case study is the M-Pesa story. M-Pesa is everything in Kenya, right? And we were like, yay, send money home, send money across the country, affordable, excellent. But when they took this experience to South Africa, it didn't really answer the same question, because in South Africa, everyone is bankable. The network of banks from one border to the other was clear. Anyone could open an account. Everyone already had money in their wallets because they had a bank card. So the value proposition for M-Pesa didn't really make sense there. So think about it. It's one of the most successful products and brands that comes from Africa, but it doesn't actually work across the continent. So ask yourself, what behavior defines your best customer? Not where they live, but their actual behavior. Yeah, next slide. Now, the fourth mistake is ignoring non-customers. So I know we've talked about the fact that you need to narrow down and zone in and sell for your customer, but you actually need to understand why there is resistance. Because if you see, why is this person not purchasing my product? And I thought they would, it could actually help you polish how you deliver, polish your business model, and build better. It actually helps you exercise your innovation muscle. Because sometimes if you stick within this realm that this is my customer and this is how they exist, you might be comfortable and lose out on so much opportunity. So think about that. And the other thing is just understanding, again, the learnings. A good example for this is this solar company called Paygo. So they provide gas in the grassroots. And of course, that's amazing. That's clean cooking, the forests are being saved, less health problems. You know, there's so much positivity around that. And when they first entered this community, the community was like, yes, this is excellent, this is great, we love it. But to set up the Paygo system in your home, you had to pay for the canister, then you have to pay for the gas. But remember, we're in the grassroots. Money is tight, right? It's very tight. So they had to go back to the drawing board and be like, okay, how do we really serve these guys who are like, I'm not taking your gas, I'm not gonna be your customer. And they found out it's just that they needed to give them a patient way to pay for this product. So they restructured and they came up with a payment plan, and they were able to unlock that customer that said no. They were finally like, now you get me. Now you know I need to pay fees, rent, water, and now I can pay for a little gas on the go. So that's what helped them, and they were able to unlock new customers and grow. The fifth, I think we're in the fifth mistake now, next slide, is overestimating willingness to pay, yeah? I like using the Harambee example for this. Kenyans in the room, you know the pledges for Harambee? Where people are like, yes, nitatoa 2,000, nitatoa 3,000, but when you get to the ground, suddenly the pledges are gone. So a lot of times when you research and you get the data, the customer says, I'm willing to pay, but the real demand is revealed through transaction, not intent, which is why, as Herbert has said, it's so critical to pilot. Go on the ground, test, sell to actual customers who are not mom, dad, and bro, and actually get their feedback, yeah? So this way, you're able to see how much am I actually willing to pay, how much are my customers actually willing to pay, and you can go back to the drawing board and see, you know what, I can actually adjust higher. It seems that it was actually a price point that was lower, or you may need to actually reduce and see what happens. So the real thing here is real demand is revealed through transaction and not intent. So that's the takeaway. What percentage of your users have paid you in the last 30 days without any issue? So let's move on to the last mistake. Next slide. So building for everyone. Again, I won't belabor this. We need to actually scale down and serve your niche customer, learn from them, and understand that markets are fragmented, totally fragmented. Like Herbert says, you might sell in Kisumu. When you go to Mombasa, different story. You're not going to connect with the customer. So dig deep into that core customer, understand their needs, understand who they are, and know that your competitive advantage comes from choosing what not to do. Sometimes finding that niche community will allow you to understand them and find that niche community in different geographies, so that you don't go into a new geography and you're starting afresh. You've actually identified those guys who love you. I think one of the brands who really used this tool to their advantage is Airbnb. Their strategy when they were kicking off is, let's find the first 100 customers who actually love us and want to use us and want to champion for us and build for us. And as you can see, Airbnb is now a global phenomenon. But they started with their first 100 as a strategy. So yeah, Herbert, over to you as we move on to the next
slide.
section.
So with the 6 minutes I can see that we have left. I want us to talk about some 25 trends that we have seen. Remember, guys, this is from our experience working with over 700, maybe 800 entrepreneurs now. Things that we talk to them about. So it's going to be a bit of a quick fire so that we're able to get through them. So next slide. So the first one is telemedicine. It's here to stay. We're now moving towards 50-60% of adoption rate year on year, so it's growing. Next slide. Another trend is youth no jobs. So what does that mean for us? Does it mean that there is no opportunity? No, there are opportunities, and it's probably linked to something around work from home and remote work. So again, as an entrepreneur, how are you taking advantage of this? Next slide.
Yes, so of course, as we know, Africa is growing. I think we're projected to be at 8.5 million by 2030. They're saying 1 in every 200 people will be African by 2030, and that's crazy. So that's, of course, a new increase in demand for housing, transport, infrastructure. So urbanization and growth is such an opportunity for this, guys. Next slide. Yeah, and of course, vulnerability to climate change. We are highly susceptible. 80% of the land in Kenya is classified as arid and semi-arid. And as the world continues to grow and build and scale, the pain point is felt here at home in Africa and in Kenya. So what can we do in terms of renewable energy? How can we help fight and combat this pain point?
Yeah, next slide. The next one is around digital tech adoption. I don't think I need to preach this to you. Africa is the home of the fastest growing trends around digital tech adoption, whether it's smartphones, it's AI. It's here to stay. We need to make sure that anything we are building is ready for this trend because we don't want to be left behind. Next slide. Intra-Africa trade is an interesting one. I think Janet talked about AFTA. I was in Cairo in February where things are happening. It's not as loud, but things are happening. AFTA is actually working. And if you want to know what's working for your sector, what you need to do is go onto the AFCTA platform and see what's going on in your sector. But trade is actually happening intra-Africa, so find out what's working for you and not. Next slide.
Yeah, so Kenya is the home of entrepreneurship. I think we are all known for our hustle culture. We have over 7.4 million SMEs contributing 33% to our GDP and employing over 80% of the working population. So, I mean, if we are the engine behind the GDP and youth are struggling, this is such an opportunity to grow, build. If only 10% of SMEs are surviving beyond 5 years, I mean, that's something to work on. Because if we build and grow and support our SME ecosystem, it means we're employing youth and unlocking so much opportunity for the continent. So, yeah.
Next slide.
Next slide. Yeah, of course, increased involvement of women. I mean, I'm here, Janet is here, Florence was here. Women actually globally are the leading entrepreneurs. We are the guys who run the businesses and actually bring in the revenue. So the highest percentage of women-owned businesses is in Africa at 48%. So access to funding, of course, for women remains a challenge, with women-led startups receiving only 2% of the total VC funding. And get this, only 2% of global funding comes to Africa. So of the 2% that comes to Africa, only 2% goes to women. So that's a narrative to change. Because if we support the women who are building 48% of businesses in the continent, I mean, that's just an opportunity. Yeah.
So those are, I would say, the top 8. As you can see, they were meant to be 25, but we are time barred. We're going to be putting this report out soon. Janet, I know you want to get some questions from the audience. Do we have any questions, perhaps? Okay, so Janet says questions after, right? So I think we'd like to pause there maybe for now because of time, and thank you for having us.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate Mr. Herbert Thuo and Michelle of Answer Africa. Thank you so much. You can interact with them as they make their way to their seats or get their cards. Do something, interact with them. They are huge on entrepreneurship, scale-ups, and scalability. I would also like to emphasize that this is the China Trade Week, the 11th edition of the China Trade Week, 6th edition of Africa Technology Show, 4th edition of Africa Build Show, and the 3rd edition of Megawatt Africa. So just so we are clear, how many of us have questions for our presenters? How many of us have questions for Herbert and Michelle? Please show by hands. Please show. So please, just as a warm-up, who can tell me the name of the country manager, the Ghana country manager of the E for Impact Foundation? He has a gift for you. Who can tell me the name of the Ghana country manager of the E for Impact Foundation? You can just raise your hand. Yes, my lady in pink. Yes, my lady in pink. Please, what's your name? There's a mic coming your way. What's your name?
I'm Evelyn McGowan.
Evelyn, okay.
Yeah, from First Idea Consulting Limited.
Okay.
We do risk and governance advisory.
Okay.
His name is Xavier something. Metia.
I'll give you a plus for trying. Even I make mistakes with that pronunciation.
Yeah.
Xavier, yes. So what's unique about him? I mentioned a few things. What's unique about him?
He has brought E for Impact to 23 countries.
Okay.
The most unique thing is they work with SMEs.
Okay.
And they offer a one-stop shop for SMEs.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Evelyn. So I will connect you to Xavier. He has a gift for you. One last question. Who knows where the E for Impact office in Nairobi is situated, the location? Yes, madam. Please, there's a mic coming your way.
It's in Karen.
It's in Karen. Nice. Please, let's appreciate our responses. Yes, responses. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate ourselves one more time for giving us your attention. We really want to appreciate you. And so my two ladies, I will connect you to Xavier. Thank you. I would like us to welcome Mr. Eric Kojo Inti. He's the CEO of Precise Medical Health. He'll be the moderator for this session, and he will be introducing our speakers. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate him. He's also coming all the way from Takoradi, Ghana. Thank you. Eric.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. Good morning. The vibe is low. Good morning. Okay, welcome from Accra, Ghana. Akwaba, that's what we say. And here I hear it's Karimu. We are going to have a very interesting discussion this morning. And just as Herbert led us through what we need, most founders and startups need money, isn't it so? They need cash to scale up and to let their businesses roll. So I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing it with a couple of people, and I'll call them for them to come so that we set the ball rolling. So, Madame Mercy Kimalat, let's give her a round of applause even as she comes. Mercy Kimalat. Is she in the audience? Okay. Madame Valentine Tenge. Mercy is coming. Mercy is coming. Let's give her a round of applause. Please have a seat. And then Mr. Floren Nguwayezu. So, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting my time, I think we'll set the ball rolling. And the topic for today is what African investors actually want in 2026, the investment readiness, and venture capital trends. This is what we're going to discuss. So keep your questions ready. We would answer them, okay? Thank you very much, panelists. I think we would want to introduce yourselves first. And we have two ladies and a gentleman. So today we'll reverse the trend. The gentleman would introduce himself first before the ladies. Isn't it so? Because he's the only one amongst these beautiful ladies. Okay, Flo, let's go.
Let's do it. Thank you very much. I'm happy to reverse the trend.
Sure.
Hi, everyone. My name is Florent Duayezu. Both names are a nightmare to pronounce. So I go by Flo. I'm actually not Kenyan, I'm Burundian, been here for the last 13 years. I've done a bunch of things, but I will spare you for today. I'm currently working in the early stage investment space. I know they have written Climate Hack Nairobi. That's what I do in my part-time, but in my full-time, I work as an investment associate at a fund called Action Ventures. We invest in pre-seed to Series A companies in the fintech space, providing somewhere between $200K and $1 million in each of the companies we support. So,
wow, let's give him a round of applause. Okay, let's move on to...
Hi, everyone. I am Valentine Tenge, and just like Flo, we wear different hats in the industry. So I'm here as Investors for Climate, an ambassador, which is a global network of investors who are serious about climate and who are willing to put money into fundable deals. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Let's also show our appreciation. And then lastly, let's go to Mercy.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mercy Kimalat. I'm the CEO for ASEC, which is Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya. And actually, it was great to see Wanja and Herbert do their session, because Answer Africa is a member of ASEC, IFO Impact is a member of ASEC. So that's actually what we try to do. We bring together different organizations supporting entrepreneurs to scale and grow, and happy to be here.
Okay, so I'll go with Valentine this time. You know, the investment climate in Africa has gone through trends, and would want you to let us know some of the biggest trends that it's gone through, and then how has it evolved so far?
I think I'd start with building on the trends. So obviously, anytime you're building on trends, you're building on older foundations, and the older foundations of investments were you need to have very strong collateral. So a lot of people in the African space have continuously been locked out because you either don't have farmland, you don't have anything that an investor or a lender would rely on once they've given you the money. So we're seeing a lot of interesting, creative ways, I'd say, not on the founder level. I think at the investor level, it's been very problematic sometimes not being to disburse funds because a founder doesn't have, proper collateral. So on the investor side, we're seeing a lot of aggregation, which could be, let's say in the West management space, I'm seeing a lot of, everyone wants to have better West management efficiencies. So 4 founders will come to you and they want the same, funding for the same machinery. But then if you're to deploy individually to one founder, it doesn't make unit economics. So from the investor side, it's a lot of aggregation. So looking for 10 founders, looking for this, wanting funding for the same type of machinery, and then deploying at that scale. Unfortunately, what I'm seeing is also the venture market wearing the debt coat. So ideally, the venture market is very early stage, but a lot of the disbursements, unfortunately, are still debt-oriented. So I think we need to put more effort into valuation capabilities, because that's what equity investments want, and that's what's ideal for very early stage companies.
Okay. Flo, what's your perspective on that? The trends?
On the trend, so the question was, climate is the current trend, and how did...
No, the question was, how has the African investment landscape has evolved for the past few years?
Yeah, great question. So venture investment, which is basically investments in tech innovation, started around, I would say, 2017, 2018, when a lot of the investors in the US realized that there's a lot of money being sent from the developed countries like the US to actually Africa, right? So fintech was the initial trend that we saw in Africa. That's why we started seeing companies like Flutterwave getting huge investments. Last disclosed valuation was $3 billion. So a lot of investors, usually driven by American money, came into Africa to invest in these kind of fintechs, driven by this kind of trend, right? At that time, interest rates was at 0% in the US. That's a period we used to call zero, we still call it zero interest rate period. And that actually encouraged a lot of American investors to take money. So they would basically borrow at 0%, come here in Africa, and because the borrowing rate was very low, they were able to get acceptable rates at 4-5% will be enough for them to be happy. In somewhere 2021, 2022, interest rates went up in the US, which basically meant that the investors now had high expectations, and all the capital actually went back to the US, right? So there was a huge gap that was left in the market. And who actually filled that gap? A lot of European investors, what we like to call DFIs, so Development Finance Institutions. So these are like the French Development Institution, the Dutch, and so on and so forth. So they came to fill that gap in the same space in the venture investment, but they were not interested in the fintech space. They were more interested in the climate space, right? So we saw a lot of capital going towards climate tech space, and I think that's a phase we are still in. More recently, we have seen a wave around AI, right? A lot of investors were looking at AI to optimize operations in companies, right? But I will say initially it was fintech. That's what really brought this tech investments. That also came with marketplace investments. If you remember, that's when Uber was expanding across the world. So a lot of those investors in Uber saw that there's an opportunity for marketplace. But the challenge has always been purchasing power, because Africans don't have as much purchasing power. It's not everyone who can take an Uber in Kenya.
We'll come to the challenges.
Exactly right. So climate tech is the current trend with AI. So to answer your question, hope that answers your question.
Mercy, your thoughts on the trends?
So if you're looking at how investors have deployed capital, I think it's also shifting. Yeah. So initially it was more, if I remember like how even the Kenyan ecosystem started to evolve, you find that because we never had a very strong backing from government, financial banks, even SACCOs and other even, institutions willing to fund startups because they were high risk, no clear business model, no clear growth plan, no clear way of them actually even breaking even, you'd find that most founders were traveling into Europe and also to the US to fundraise on their own behalf. And then now they would bring the investors into the country and then actually help explain that narrative. And that's why even during that period, when we had the first innovation hub called iHub, that's still based on Gong Road, but now they shifted towards Lavington. The purpose was really to support early stage founders. But the question again was who was actually able to give the financing to support them with their R&D and also go-to-market strategy. And so at that time, we actually formed ASEX. We were around 40 different innovation hubs and accelerators that came together to form the association to now be able to lobby how the government can actually create financing solutions also for startups. So at that time, we had a lot of different programs, funding from government supporting SMEs, and even the government had very low subsidized loans and different funds and grants available, but there was nothing catering for the startups. And so what we've seen over the evolution of time is through continuous advocacy, showcasing the different impact, using also different reports like the Big Deal in Africa, and also World Bank doing different reports. We're now starting to see that even governments are creating funds for their own startup communities. Yeah, so we have both for Kenya, but even South Africa also have like their own fund. If you're looking at Ethiopia, they've also been able to actually create a dedicated fund towards that. But I think the one that actually is leading is Rwanda, because they have the Rwanda Development Bank and their board as well, where they actually support startups and even incubators and accelerators. So, and that in a way creates an enabling environment and is also attracting investors to actually come and set up their own offices here, which becomes easier for startups and SMEs to attract.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, as you can see, MESI Association is called Association of Startups and SME Enablers of Kenya, ASEC. That's MESI's organization. And I know after this place, you would have to contact almost all of them to be able to know how best to be able to be funded. Okay, our next question is that what are the top 3 qualities that distinguishes an investment-ready business from the one that is not yet ready for funding? Mercy, this goes to you.
I can see a few heads shaking there. They're like, tell us how. Yeah. I think, so the first thing is you need to align with the type of investor, right? There are, I think, more than 5 categories of investors. So even banks, SACCOs, angel investors are different. You have venture capital funds, and also the others that the other team will mention. You as an entrepreneur, you need to be very clear on the stage of your business. And that's why I liked what the Answer team did prior, was to help you understand at what growth stage are you at in your business. Because again, if you're really starting out at the ideation and commercialization, then ideally you should be seeking out for early stage financing through angel networks. Like, for example, you have the Victoria Business Angels Networks, there's the Africa Business Angel Network, and many others who can give you that grant funding, or, you know, at a, even if it's equity or debt, it's a very low rate to help you commercialize. Then some of the things that the investor looks at is, one, what kind of problem are you solving? But it's not only the problem that you and your community is facing, but the magnitude of that. And that's why you find Uber was able to penetrate the market. For Africa, example is Jumia, you know, trying to solve the logistical supply chain, can I call it sector? Those are some of the mega challenges that actually attracts investors to come in, because the more complex it is, the bigger the market share, the more money that they can make. Now you have to understand, investors are also there to make money, yeah? Yeah, it's not just a charity. So that's why we have different type of donors and investors. The other key thing that they look at is the founder. You as a founder, you tell the story more than the pitch deck, right? So how are you communicating the story? Are you willing to listen to questions? Are you coachable? Which networks do you have? Have you failed before? Share your failure story even when you're talking to investors, because it shows you're actually resilient and able to grow. The other key thing that they also look at in your business, is it registered? Because if it's formalized, then it becomes easier for them to understand that you actually have at least some sort of form of governance structure, that their money will not go to waste. The other key thing also is how you understand the customer. So simple things like keeping you know, even if it's just starting out with an Excel sheet, but now even with AI, you're able to track how your customers are behaving, how they are shifting, and most importantly is also looking at the climate change phenomenon that we're facing. So for example, you look at how companies now have shifted towards environmental packaging friendliness. A simple thing is like we have a company that's, okay, not really a company, but if you look at Java franchise, how they initially started out was doing environmental friendly packaging. They always use the brown bag. Well, everyone else was using plastic. And that, just that small thing, it really attracts other investors and even European partners to come in, because Java has been bought off by multiple investors and different mergers and acquisitions that have happened.
Okay.
So as a founder, so those are some of the things that you can look into.
I would want Valentine to, well, help us add a few.
I think Mercy made a great point on understanding the life cycle. So from inception to being a Safaricom, which is mature and listed. And I think from the founder's point, I probably have just 2 points. Differentiate the difference between there's a difference between trading and investing. And this is something I had to learn on a deal. A trader is someone who goes to Homa Bay, takes fish, brings to Nairobi, sells it as a margin. A founder is someone who thinks through the quality of fingerlings, farmers, the get prices, the farm get prices, the everything that comes, everything that goes into the, let's say, the life of the fish by the time it gets to your plate. So try to differentiate those. And if you think about it that way, that's where investors come in. Because if you tell me you're trading, what value am I bringing into the Kenyan ecosystem? But if you're a founder and you're thinking about the quality of fingerlings, the biohazard risks and all that, I think I forgot my second point.
Okay, Flo, there are many startups who believe raising capital is simply putting together a good pitch.
It's not. I will make it very concise. I'll give you asked 3 criteria. I actually have 3 criteria. In 1 minute, it's the first thing is LTV over CAC, so long-term value over the cost of acquisition of the customer should be somewhere between 3 and 4. The conversion rate should be 70%. The retention rate should be 50%. If you have those 3 criteria and you make more than $30,000 per month, reach out to me and you can have a discussion.
Great. Now, Flo, don't put down the mic. The next question is still to you.
Thank you.
All the funds are gravitating towards climate-related issues.
True.
How do founders here also try to tap in that area as we speak?
Founders in that space. I would say, first of all, Africa is best positioned to attract climate capital. Why? It's because our infrastructure is very minimal, so we're actually building from the ground up, right? So we have a chance to actually build climate-friendly infrastructure, which is amazing. Kenya already, uses 80% of the energy, which is already climate friendly. So that's already a good point. The best way to position yourself to attract climate capital is, 1, to solve a major pain point. We have seen major pain point in one key area, which is manufacturing. So Africa is at this stage of, growing its population. So most of people most likely will end up in manufacturing. So if there is any way you can help plug your solution towards manufacturing and climate solutions, you're in the right place.
Okay, I'm giving a scenario here. Maybe a founder by name Okelo Ukaka, 26 years old, started a business, a fintech business in Agric. He's making about maybe $20,000 annually, but doesn't have any governance structure, keeps very simple bookkeeping methods, and wants to expand because the business is doing well, has a staff of about 8. What would you advise such a person who would come to you that, look, hey, I want to expand, I need help. What should I do? How should I position myself to be able to attract funding? Val, can you help us?
So I think I'll start with an interesting statement. Someone say that entrepreneurs need to align themselves because there's no way formal money is going to fund informal behavior. Yeah, and in informal we mean that governance is really just gets. you're now not using your own money. You have someone else's money on your capitalization table. And so you're not going to make decisions like the head of the house anymore. Someone needs to put gates. There are simple things that we don't know are governance, but are like maybe mixing company money with your personal money. Those are small, informal ways to understand what governance is. But what governance simply, in simple Kenyan language, is the moment someone else puts money into your business, you don't make all the rules. And so a governance framework ideally means who's going to make those decisions, how do they have the right qualifications, how do they come in and out of that, and how long do they stay within the company.
Great. Mercy, can you help us?
I want to add on that one. I think the biggest thing to tackle is mindset. So everyone wants to make $3 billion, become like Tesla, pictures, travel over the world. But when it actually comes to the nitty-gritty of growing or scaling a business, it gets complex. And that is why when you work with an entrepreneur support organization or an incubator or an accelerator, they guide you through that process. It is actually quite tough. You know, once we talk about AFCFTA, you have 55 countries to explore. But the complexity of moving from Kenya to Uganda, look at talent, regulation, look at the cost of doing business, the cost of acquiring a customer, the different consumer trends. You need someone to handhold you and ensure your mindset is at the top level. Because as a founder, the key thing that you actually have to build is your mindset.
Thank you.
How do you remain resilient and how do you navigate? And that's why you really have to work with an incubator and accelerator like E4 Impact, Answer. I can see Sandbox is here with Village of Experts and many others, because the coach and the trainer will work with you in that journey, and that's very critical. Yeah.
So the key point is not just making money. You need to be coached. You must be coachable. Flo, I know you have something to say. We have just some few minutes. We'll be giving the audience the opportunity to ask questions. But
Actually, I would say it's actually only about making money, nothing else. For a lot of the founders, if you're making 20,000 per year, I would say the best way to do it, what I've seen working is you become a consultant to your company, to your customers. Truly try to solve a major pain point. And once you actually find that major pain point, you realize it's easier to actually, you'll dictate payments in advance, and that will actually grow your revenue because you realize there are other people also who have the same issue and you can go solve for it, right? So really focus on making money. The rest we'll figure it out around the way.
Thank you. We would want the audience to now come in. So if you have a question, please, let's see your hand up and then ask that question. Do we have anybody in the audience? Yes. Please, let's give the gentleman the microphone.
Okay. I'm doing everything here.
Good afternoon. My name is Nigel. I'm the founder and CEO of Notify. So my question is directed to Flo. You had mentioned about a criteria. You spoke about LTV, retention, and conversion. I think you were a bit quick when you were mentioning it, so we didn't quite get it well. Maybe you can explain more and we can get to understand it. Thank you.
Any other questions? I can get them while I'm here. There's another question.
Okay, thanks for being a panelist and a microphone mover. Now, my question is this. I'm Kennedy Hakaba. I'm in the consultancy space, knowledge, research. That's what we do. It's what I've noticed, it's easier to fund some businesses where you can count items, but it is very difficult. I will want Mercy maybe to say this. It's very difficult to fund like a consultancy firm. It's very difficult. People want to fund one microphone, two. You have brought two, you have sold 6. But it's very hard to quantify what I can do. Last year when I look at the turnover, my farm head, it's more than some businesses that are funded. But it's very difficult for me to secure any funding easily. I don't know. Maybe it's a space that is still open.
Okay. We are much
Perfect.
pressed with time, so
Okay,
I think,
that's
Flo,
all.
let's handle the first 2 questions, quickly.
There's a question here. Should I take it? Or
let's handle the first two.
The first two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll handle the first two very quickly. So the first question was LTV of a CAC, the three criteria. LTV of a CAC, that's the first criteria. LTV means long-term value. So that's basically how much money you make from your customer over the lifetime they are part of your ecosystem, as long as they are your customer, basically. And CAC means customer acquisition cost. So how much does it cost you to get this customer? So if you divide how much money you make from them and how much money it costs you to get from them, you should be getting a figure between 3 and 4. Why that figure has to be between 3 and 4? It's because if it's lower, let's say 1 or 2, and something happens, macroeconomics change, competitors come in the space, you're going to go towards 0, right? So no one wants that. If it's above that, you think it's a good thing. It's actually not a good thing, because it means that it's costing you not a lot of money to acquire a customer, but you're not aggressive enough to go and get those customers. So it says a lot about the type of founder you are, right?
Okay.
So I think that's one.
Then
The other ones I will tell you on the side.
The
I see
other
we're short
one,
on time.
I think Mercy would help us with the second question, right?
Sure. Thank you.
On the question of you run a knowledge and research company, right? Consultancy company. Now, the assumption is that as a consultancy, you're for profit, right? So what you should be looking for is more of opportunities. And I can tell you the key thing that even we're seeing in the ecosystem is the lack of access to information. So currently there's an ongoing AU, African Union and European Union innovation workshop that actually is trying to debunk all the different priority areas and alignment between these two continents, actually, right? But it's online. I think once I get the link, I can share with the organizers, they can disseminate. But the purpose of that is you need to also align to the priorities. Currently in Kenya, we are reviewing the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Strategy. And there are many other strategies being formed and opportunities. But the question is, are you in the right rooms? Are you reading the right publications? Which websites are you following? And that's why we always say, please be part of our network. Good. That way you can actually access a lot of information and opportunities. Yeah.
We are left with only 2 minutes. I want Valentine. Let's hear you. Let's hear you.
I'll speak as a consultant and myself. I know the news right now in the morning, I think I shared something on how Kenya attracted almost 43% of funding in Africa. But I don't know, not to discourage everyone, but I feel like sometimes I've had more impact in non-consultancy roles where I'm actually building within, because I've been in advisory roles and sometimes you're advising, it's very hard to convert the value of your advice. Selling, you'll see I've sold, I put in this and I did for turnover. But consulting, I feel like as much as there is a lot of funding in the Kenyan space, we can all have value, like being, creators within a lot of these companies that are being funded.
I'll take 30 seconds to answer your question also. Investment is only about one thing. It's about money, making money, return on investment. And the best way to make money is to predict cash flows. Investors want to be as risk averse as they can, right? Cash flow prediction. The problem with consulting is you're not able to say, hey, in the next 6 to 12 to 18 to 2 years, I'm going to project all these cash flows, right? Because you don't have signed contract over the long term, right? If you're able to prove that, it's going to be easier for you to raise money.
Thank you. Based on, I know you have so many questions to ask, but our speakers are around for a while. We can meet them one-on-one. And remember, much as we need money, we need funding, training is also important. That is why E4Impact is there to coach you so that you'll be able to get the right kind of funding and know how to apply it well so that your business would also grow. So I'll thank each and every one of you for making it flow. Thank you. Val, thank you. Mercy, thank you. I think we needed more time, but don't worry, next year we'll come back. Thank you. God bless you all.
Amazing job to the panelists, right on time.
Thank
to the moderator.
Thank you, Messi. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate Mercy, Val, Flo. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eric. Thank you so much for that. Whilst we prepare the stage, we would like to have a presentation from all the way from Ghana, joining virtually, Mr. Samuel Opong Owusu, who happens to be the ecosystem partner, or ecosystem manager for E4Impact Foundation in Ghana. So as we rightly stated in the morning or in the beginning of today's event, today is curated or powered by the E4Impact Foundation, all the way from Italy and in over 20 African countries, of which the Kenyan office is in Karen, as our very beautiful lady emphasized. Just so we're clear, I just want to give people the opportunity to interact with our speakers. So I realized there was a question from this side. Please, who did you want to ask your question? Who did you want to direct your question to? Miss Mercy, so Miss Mercy is here. And then who else? Who else? Who else wanted to ask the question? Who else wanted to ask a question? Who wants to ask? So if you want to interact with Miss Mercy, you can. Miss Mercy, somebody would really want to ask you a question, so I'm directing him straight to you from behind. So please, you can go, yes. Don't be shy. Feel free, you can meet her there. Yes. You can meet her there. Is Sam online? So once again, this is the China Trade Week, the 11th edition of the China Trade Week, the 6th edition of the Africa Tech Show, 4th edition of Africa Build Show, and the 3rd edition of Megawatt Africa. We have had keynote address from Mr. Xavier Agotimavo, Ghana Country Manager E4Impact, Herbert Thuo, CEO and founder of Answer Africa, and then Michelle Wanja Gatama, CEO and co-founder of Answer Africa. We have had panel discussions from Jerome, SNDBX, Melvic Technologies, Leather on Call, Dubandi Technologies, Precise Medical Health, ASEC, and lots. So we'll still be having a lot of panel discussions. We'll be having a lot of interactions. We don't want you to come here and just listen to talks. What we want you to do is to also embody the discussion, feel a part of today's discussion. We've had presentations on scalability, presentations on a lot of discussions. Is Shared Value Africa here? Is Shared Value Kenya here? Let me hype you small. Is Shared Value here? Do we have reps of Shared Value? Nice. That's good. Any other person is, let me mention some of the names. Is Robert here? If you participated in the Shared Value Purpose Playbook training, kindly give me a wave. Kindly give me a wave. Oh, nice. What's your name? That's great. Samuel, are you there? Wonderful. Great. That's wonderful. So the voice we just heard and the nicely bearded man is Mr. Samuel Opong Owusu, who is the ecosystem manager at E for Impact Foundation, Ghana. He couldn't join us in person here because he has other demanding responsibilities, but he's joining us virtually. And Samuel will be talking on ecosystem partnerships. Ecosystem partnerships. So Samuel, if you can hear me, please say you can hear me.
Yes, Janet, I can hear you.
Great, 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 wonderful. So Samuel will be talking on corporate startup collaboration models, driving Africa's digital economy, partnership ecosystems across sectors. And E for Impact is in Kenya. E for Impact Ghana is in Kenya today because of Samuel's leadership. So please listen to Samuel's submission on partnership ecosystems across Africa and point down your questions, and then we will ask him a couple of questions. So Samuel, please, over to you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. It's nice seeing you again. Just give me a quick minute. Let me.
I believe Samuel is sharing his screen. Great.
Right. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right, awesome. All right. Thank you very much, and good morning from Ghana to all. I believe we are in the afternoon in Kenya, so good afternoon to you too.
Good afternoon.
And my name is Samuel Ofomo-Usu, as Janet rightly mentioned. I work with E for Impact Foundation Ghana as the ecosystem manager, and also lead the capacity building for consultants and faculty. And so, unfortunately, I'm not able to join in person, but then I welcome the opportunity to speak on this matter virtually, because it is a very important conversation that I believe that I could contribute to, and also didn't want to miss the opportunity to contribute into such a very important conversation. So with how I would want to structure this, because I do believe that there would be other subject matter experts on grounds, and so I would lead the presentation, but then I would like that maybe, after my leading of the presentation, if any of the audience has a thing or two to say based on experience, lived experience, because this is an African conversation. And so sometimes there might be biases coming from a West African perspective. So if there are other experts from other regions, Northern Africa, Southern Africa, Eastern Africa, Central Africa, please do feel free to chip in once I'm done to give your lived experience in what happens in your region and what you can advise on it. So as generally mentioned, my name is Samuel Owusu. My background, the last couple of years I've worked with startups, primarily in Ghana, through incubators, accelerators, working on curriculum, fostering partnerships, all around the startups, just to build like a thriving community for startups in the country. And so at E for Impact, what we do, I believe that there is already a very firm understanding now of what we do. But then one of the things that it's a key pillar for delivering our services is how we can collaborate with actors across all sectors. And so we have key partnerships with various universities in Ghana, with government agencies, with ministries, with the financial sector, with every single actor in the ecosystem that has some sort of shared interest with us. And so this particular topic presents a very important opportunity for me to speak about it and share my thoughts on it, and also invite others to contribute and ask questions around it. So, I mean, I think we would all also agree that the African digital economy is at a very defining moment. I mean, and then when we talk about defining moment, what are we talking about? What would make this particular moment any different from what previous moments were? What previous years were? I believe that there are a couple of pillars that are coming together in this phase that makes this period very unique from other periods in history. Firstly, I mean, the youth population in Africa. I think Africa is the youthful or the youngest in terms of age when it comes to the continent. So amongst other continents, Africa has the most youthful population, and this communicates energy, vibrancy, and that we also have a very growing digital adoption amongst Africans. So how we are penetrating the digital space is at a very high speed. So the adoption is very high. And lastly, also in the last couple of decades, the entrepreneurship hunger has been on the rise. So these three things coming together in this particular moment for Africa, I believe presents, it's a defining moment for the digital economy in Africa. I mean, that said, also, we need to look at regardless of how we are in the defining moment of this, there are some challenges that we face. And when I say Africa here, I'm not, as much as we have different, I mean, regional divides, we have the Northern Africa, Western Africa, Southern Africa. So there would be very different local context to it. But then on the overall, I mean, they are mostly running across. Although when you go into different countries or different regions, it might be different. I mean, I'd like to use the popular jollof analogy for this. I mean, Ghana has its jollof, Nigeria has its jollof, Gambia has its jollof, Senegal has its jollof. At the end of the day, they are all jollof, but how it's made is different. So, I mean, for just to throw light on that we have similar but also different when you go down into what the local context is, right? So, I mean, generally, startups, from all conversations, from all researches, from all speaking with the right people, startups are struggling to scale up. And this is because of not being able to access enough growth capital. And so there is that barrier that is limiting the scale up of startups in Africa. We also have systems, innovation systems, that is very fragmented. So in the sense that they are not cooperating together. So we are looking at governments that are now working to close regulatory gaps, and policies. There are a lot of disconnecting ideas. So these pose as challenges. So in as much as we are still in the defining moment of our digital economy, there are a couple of key challenges that we face as a continent. And so this is something that we have to look collectively and have that collective intelligence to tackle it. What would make difference in, I believe, that in our digital economy, what would make us very competitive? I mean, I think when we mention digital economy, then instantly I'm sure that minds will be circling around, oh, we need more technology, AI, more fintech, more investors coming in, more, I mean, that's rightly so. We need all of these things because all of these things play a very important role when it comes to shaping digital economy or transforming it. But if these pillars exist and they do not collaborate or connect with each other, because technology alone would not be enough to advance Africa's digital economy. That is the truth. One organization cannot just redefine what Africa digital economy should be in the next couple of years. One financial institution would not do that either, or one government would not do that. There needs to be a lot of connections and partnerships to create that synergy to be able to do that. So as much as we need technology to scale, to move to the next step, we need that intentional collaborations to work with this. And I would want to believe that we all, in as much as we would all agree to this, that without that collaboration, all of these strong pillars existing in isolation would not tackle our problem when it comes to digital economy in Africa, right? So, I mean, generally, what drives, the digital economy? I mean, we have the AIs, the startups, the infrastructures. They are like, real bad words that are coming up every now and then. We are always mentioning things like there are new sectors that are being explored, like the health tech, agri-tech, e-commerce. Innovation hubs are now a definite thing in Africa. In Ghana alone, I can count about 100 innovation hubs that are supporting startups in Ghana. And I know that Nigeria is, multiply the number by a significant figure. So I know that, these things are all driving the digital economy, all of these components. The startups coming, broadband infrastructure, all these sectors, they are driving it, and it's good. But then the real drivers of this approach and the continuous interaction, are the entrepreneurs and the corporate, right? So entrepreneurs are creating very innovative solutions that is like really, high technology, something that hasn't been developed before. That is also very user-centered and solving our needs as Africa. We also have the corporates that are already established markets with very good distribution networks. So they exist in one umbrella. Then we have the government institutions, the universities and the investors that are also, the governments, putting together enabling policies and infrastructure to protect its people. The universities being the room where we have all of these talents coming from, and then the investors providing that ultimate financial infrastructure to guide our innovation growth. So I have really, for me personally, one thing that I have loved in this period or in these conversations is how we have, I don't know if it's intentional, but it has worked, how we have moved from the term partnerships and then gradually transitioned into ecosystems, right? Because partnerships are great. It is great, but I think for the most part it is short term, and so it is defined. Maybe one organization wants to collaborate with this organization to achieve this particular objective in this period, and so it can be very transactional, also very specific, and you don't have multiple organizations involved in partnerships, right? Whereas the moving from that into ecosystem, it is a very interconnected network where everyone its part to make sure that there's a sustained interest in what we want to do, and so it's a very, very inclusive network where we know that, okay, in the longer term, they might not be looking at the short term of it, but in the longer term, this is what we could be looking at, or this is what it would look like for us. And so for me personally, I've loved the transitioning from this environment, moving from the partnerships to ecosystems. And for also, ecosystem, it's a borrowed word. It is not a word that we came up with in the business area. It's from biology. So to truly understand it, it's also nice that we connect it from what it actually means as like an ecosystem. An ecosystem is basically the environment that we have different actors playing different roles to survive or to live. So if you take the forest, for example, there are a lot of living organisms living organisms or beings in the forest, each playing very, very different roles, but for some reason they are in cohesion because we are not able to take one out if we want to achieve this. For a forest to be thriving, or for many biological systems to be thriving, there are very different units that are playing very different things. And so from ecosystem, you know that there is supposed to be diversity. We would need to have various roles for different actors that are coming on giving their expertise or their field areas. We also would know that there should be very primary interdependency in the sense that trees grow, but trees would rely on the soil to provide nutrients, or the water, or the sunlight. And all of these things are acting, they act on each other. So as much as they are very different components of it, they still come together to make it work. And then, in the long term, there should be balance of nature and then sustainability. So for me, I like to approach this when I look at the economy, the digital economy, I like to look at it as the trees that are already standing in the forest as the corporate, because they have a very firm foundation. They've been existing for like 20, 30 years, hundreds of years even. So they have the foundational framework, and they are good to go. Then we have the startups that are the young plants that are now coming up. So with fresh ideas, they are very, very agile, very quick, rapid growth. But then for the young ones to grow to become what the trees are, there needs to be a couple of things that are also supporting this movement. And so in a forest or in a plantation or in a farm, we would have pollinators that are responsible for, the development of new, plants and every now and then. So for me, I see investors and innovation hubs now as the pillars that are able to support the development of new ideas and also the shaping of new ideas, gradually transitioning them to become trees, right? We have the soil in the forest. The soil is like the base. That is where the plants are in. And this, I would want to see them as the universities or the tertiary institutions or the academia, because it is from these areas where we have all of these talents coming up. And so the trees, the young plants cannot exist out of universities. We have the water, of course. Water is life. And so that is why I left that for the capital bit, because if you asked every startup across Africa, what's the biggest challenges? I'm almost certain that it will have 95% being access to capital. So it is very important. But the reason why that is not enough is that you cannot keep watering your plants when you have no bees to pollinate them. Right. So it's important that yes, we have the capital, but we have other systems in place that are playing also their part. And then sunlight being the digital infrastructure, or the whole infrastructure that supports the growth of this. So, and that is why I said that I like the transition of partnerships into ecosystems. So then, because then you begin to understand what different actors or different sectors could be doing to support the growth of the space. And if you take one out, it would be almost impossible to run it for the longer term. For the short term, you might get something, you might achieve something, but then for the longer term, it's not sustainable. We are looking at, Africa's digital opportunity. Mobile money alone, mobile economy alone has contributed like millions of dollars. That is a good percentage of Africa's combined GDP. That is very significant. That is a very important data point to take note of. What is even more important is that there are also millions of Africans, over 400 millions of Africans, 460 million Africans that are actively now using mobile internet. In as much as we have this huge number using mobile internet, there are 960 million plus more that are within the coverage of broadband, but are yet to be connected. So, I mean, it would look like this is a problem, but that also shows that there is like a massive untapped opportunity for digital inclusion and digital growth across the continent. So the numbers reveal that, I mean, we have a huge number that are yet to be connected or to enter that system. That shows like what opportunities that we have that has been untapped, and that when we look at those areas with the right systems, we can position Africa in such a way that I mean, it would be mind-blowing for us or for every single, I mean, region in Africa. So it's important that we also note that there's like, I mean, big scale for Africa to go, and I mean, we can only go as far as we can. On that aspect, also, we are speaking of all of these. I mean, we are mentioning all of these things, and it is almost as if we are also ignoring the fact that Africa as in divisions of like regional divisions. And so one of the greatest policy or greatest approach has been the establishment of the Africa Free Continental Fair Trade thereafter, because this is looking to connect over 1.3 billion into a single market, right? And so with this, startups in say Ghana are able to sell their products to consumers in say Rwanda or Kenya or Eritrea or Uganda or Morocco or Chad or Sudan. So this is a very, I mean, great opportunity that now we are now shaping to support the general ecosystem of the African economy. And this is one thing that I think we all need to, one way or the other, try to contribute to, because it is unheard of, I mean, on the African continent, to be going on that tangent with over 54 countries coming together to create that system where we are trying to connect key stakeholders or ecosystem partners in different countries to work together in some sweet synergy or sweet environment, right? The advantage that I also mentioned earlier on is that Africa, we have like 60% of Africa youth population being below 25 years, 25 and below. So it is very interesting because it is this group of people that are now the tech savvy, so they are driving digital adoption. I mean, sorry for those of us that are out of this, we are mostly consumers of digital infrastructure, and that is one of the things that I like, that it is shaping, it is changing. So for the most part of it, in Africa, we've been consumers of technology. But now we have a very youthful population that could be building these technologies. Building technologies that is very relevant to our local problems. And that is something that has never happened before in the history. Because we've always been, I mean, importing technologies and not rather building it from our ends. So that youthful population, it's a very key advantage that Africans we have, right? One other thing is also urbanization. I mean, there is very rapid urbanization going on right currently. We have hubs coming up every now and then. We have mobile money, digital payment, and all. Like, it is going so fast. These three opportunities, if we are able to unlock them properly, Africans' Africans' digital economy would be the top, would be the center, would be actually the template or the blueprint in the next couple of years. This I do believe. So I think these are things that we should also be aware of. So as we develop certain things, we take them into consideration. It's important. We've talked about all of these ecosystem actors, the corporates, the investors, innovation hub, universities. It is important that we are all we are all doing one. I mean, to be fair, every actor currently is doing something, right? The missing link is how we are doing it together. So, I mean, I don't think that we would have a financial institution that can fund all startups in Africa. There should be other systems or other pathways that other actors are willing to take to move us into that dispensation. And so we know that once we are building these through innovation systems, we would accelerate innovation. I mean, it means that businesses will be scaling very, very fast. Investment will be flowing. One of Africa's biggest problem has been unemployment. And at T4Impact, we truly believe that, I mean, our mandate is using entrepreneurship as a tool to reduce unemployment. Once we believe that once we are doing this, we are able to unlock a lot of job opportunities for the youth. And then also, I mean, generally just build a stronger resilient economy across Africa. So the transformation is the ecosystem in this case, because everyone is playing their part and not that everyone is just existing and doing their own thing very well, which is true, but then we need to be connecting collaboratively and effectively. And so when you look at corporate side, corporates, they bring, I mean, the skill, they have the customers, they have industry, they have the experience, they have everything, right? But then startups are coming with innovation, emerging tech, very customer-centered. The speed of execution, like the hunger is hard. So these are two separate or different bodies that are operating separately with different energies. It would be important that at a point we are syncing them together through the other actors to be able to move on, to scale up, to transform. And so, I mean, typically, corporations and startups, there are collaborations. Right. Okay. I just want to confirm that the room is quite silent. I hope I'm speaking to. I'm being heard properly.
Yes, Sam, we can hear you. We can hear you. Only you have 2 minutes more.
Silence, I'll say yes.
Yes.
Right. So as I was speaking, I mean, how do corporations and now startups, how do they collaborate? Corporations have, they are innovative, but it takes a while to break into that because there is a lot of internal systems and bureaucracies that you'd have to go through to get these things. And these are the things that the startups are doing on a regular. So that collaboration, that open innovation bit could be very important, where not even as just talent, but then also as knowledge partners, how corporations can partner with startups, knowing that if I want to hack this system or if I want to unlock this potential, I should be going this space, like with these parameters. And so it is important that we know. And I think this particular session is where I would also ask the audience or the team on ground to, what are the systems that is working for you in your region or in your country when it comes to corporations and startups? How are they collaborating? Like what do we see, and what have been some of the challenges that we are seeing, and what do we think that we can work towards this to improve? But then, before we talk about collaboration and we talk about all of these nice things, and we all want to work in an ecosystem where everything is, but it is a journey. It is not something that you just start today and then you are done. It is continuous journey of trust and value and depth. So, I mean, first of all, just like any other collaborations, you need to explore. You need to now start a relationship building. I mean, it doesn't start instantly. Then you have something you're working together with, and you need to look at, explore, build a relationship, validate some of these things, discussions that you've been having, and then now you can commercialize, and then strategic partnership, and then look at, now serve as the ecosystem leader in that. Now you can now transform industries. So also this is something that I would want to ask if there are any regional or country lanes that would offer other alternatives, if not this, and so that we can also able to learn. Because one of the things is that we talk about ecosystem in Africa. We are not saying that we need to have one ecosystem in Africa. We just need to have interconnected ecosystems in Africa. And so it would be good to also know other lenses from other regions or other countries on the continent.
Sam, thank you very much.
From that, I mean, to unlock a successful one, we need to have shared purpose and know that we are actually aligned on what we want to do. If you are doing something in health tech, you need to have mapped, maybe in that particular one, which actors would be relevant for you or have similar interest as you do. And then now you start from there. You start to build trust.
Hi, Sam. Hello, Sam.
Build trust. Yes, Janet, can you hear me?
Yes. You have just 2 minutes.
Oh, that was quick.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes. So, yes. I mean, shared purpose. I mean, value and trust, and also continuous learning, because it doesn't end there. I mean, collaborations have failed because there's been different expectations from different actors, and so this person is thinking this way, that person is thinking that way, and so it's for the most part there's not an alignment, and
Sam,
so it makes it very, very short term. Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. The link will go off because it was automated, because we want to stick to time. But thank you very much. The booth is here, and we've been engaging all the entrepreneurs. And so it was a pleasure having you join us virtually from Ghana. I can see the Innovation Center with our pictures there. And we've been engaging the people here. Thank you very much, Sam. And we'll do the honors of sharing your contacts with all the entrepreneurs and the delegates here to engage you or share some emails and messages with you. So thank you very much, Sam, for your presentation on ecosystems in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can appreciate Sam for his wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that. Do we have any questions from Sam's presentation? Do we have any questions from Sam's presentation? That was Samuel Opon Owusu.
I think with just 2 minutes, maybe other matter experts can, because 2 minutes will be a bit short to respond to questions.
No, so the questions are not for you. We'll take them here and address them.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Great.
All right, thank you very much, Sam. Thank you so much. So this is the China Trade Week, the Africa Technology Show, Africa Build Show, and Megawatt Africa. You said you had a question. Any more questions? We'll take them. And then because our booth is here, it will be easier to address you. Because our booth is here, it will be easier to address you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please appreciate yourselves for sitting through this wonderful presentation. And if there are any empty seats in front of you, please fill them. Please fill the empty seats. It's as though people don't like to sit at my left-hand side. Why? Please, let's fill the empty seats ahead of us. If there are any empty seats, please come forward. Please come forward. Please come forward. Please, 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 I beg you, please come forward. Please come forward. Ladies and gentlemen at the far back, far behind me, please come forward. Please come forward. This event is for shows being held in 3 days and at one place, and you are being encouraged to trade, connect, and grow in this event. And of course, today is being powered and curated by the E for Impact Foundation, a spin-off of the Catholic University of Milan, with presence in over 20 African countries, of which the Kenyan office is situated in Karen. Later on, you will hear a very brief keynote address from the Eastern Region or East African Regional Director of the E for Impact Foundation. It would be great for you to engage and interact with him so that he can find a time and visit the E for Impact Center here in Kenya, situated in Nairobi. We'll be having a brief presentation from two techies. When I say techies, people in technology, Byte Technology or Byte Africa Technology, and MegaQuest, a subsidiary of the Bandi Technologies. One is Jerry Kweku Afenyo Denu and Florence Delali Aholu. But before that, we are preparing the stage for them. Now, if I may ask, what is the name of the moderator of the just ended panel discussion? Not the presentation, the just ended panel discussion. There was a moderator, and then there was Mercy, and then there was Val, and then there was Flo. What is the name of that particular moderator? Yes. Eric Kojo. Let's clap for him. I have a gift for you. I have two gifts for two ladies, and now we have a man. Now, what was the topic about? What was the topic of discussion about? By the way, if you are here from the Shared Value Kenya Purpose Playbook, please give me a wave. Nice. It's nice meeting you all. We will interact with you. Thank you very much. So please, let's welcome Jerry Kweku Afenyo Denu, who is the founder and CEO of Byte Africa Technologies. He's actually, if you have heard of Academic City University, he is one of the facilitators and instructors who trains technology at Academic City University. And he's a very, very, as you can see, founder. He trains people in Academic City University. And Academic City University is one of the biggest universities in Africa that trains people in technology, robotics, and AI. So, Jerry, please, I would like to hand over the stage and the mic to you. Please take us through your presentation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Jerry Kweku Afenyo Denu.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, my name is Jerry Kweku Afenyo Denu, and I'm the co-founder of Byte Africa Technologies. Byte Africa Technologies started basically as a STEM education and outreach program where we reach out to students and communities in some rural spaces in Ghana. And over the years, we've realized that these students are marginalized through no fault of theirs. And it's just as a result of the broken system that exists. And in doing so, we try to build solutions to train them as and when we come across the challenges that they face. So, this video basically is a traction of what we've been doing over the years, going out to community centers. Some have been built and abandoned. So we adopt them and then introduce students to after-school programs, and then we also meet them on weekends. And this has helped us to really understand the problems that exist within our educational system in Ghana. And I believe it's almost the same here in Kenya as well. So we introduce students to robotics, drone technology, Internet of Things, coding in Scratch, C programming, virtual reality, augmented reality, as just a way to recondition them on the future for which we are training them, okay? And this has over the years helped us to really, really appreciate what we do. So now the problem we realize is that students learn science without enough practical tools in the classroom. And it is an issue in Ghana. Also, teachers need support to make engineering, emerging technologies simple and useful in a classroom. The picture you see was the situation of a teacher in Ghana somewhere in 2018, where he was trying to teach his students about Microsoft Office Word, and he took the liberty to draw the entire interface of Microsoft Office Word on the blackboard, which means after delivering this class, he has to wipe the entire thing and teach the next class. This went viral, and then some funding came in from Microsoft, made sure he got a well-resourced laboratory. So we want to teach students, we want them to learn, we want them to build and deploy. And in doing so, we've developed some basic kits to help us to do that. Why do we want students to learn? They need to understand the future for which we are preparing them for, using the basic emerging technologies that are available to us. And in building, when you learn and you identify a problem, you need to be able to develop a solution for that problem. That is why we want to build. You research, you prototype, you test. And then the final one is that we want to make sure that the solutions that they build, they can deploy them either for commercial use cases or just for training and other technical coaching programs. Now, these are some of the engagements we've had over the years. So that's where I work, Academic City University. And we, as part of my class, I make sure that I bring in industry experts to introduce the technologies we learn in class to the students. So you have a drone session underway, and then we also do VR demos and exposure to students in communities. We also run school programs, emerging technology training, as well as R&D. And to make sure that we just don't import technology to use or to teach, we, as a business, is developing what we call the Aero Core platform. And this comes completely unassembled, where we run a training program for students to make sure you learn how to assemble this from the soldering to the programming, testing, and then flying. So with this, we want to introduce this into our Ghanaian classrooms. 2 years ago, Ghana introduced aerospace and aviation into its secondary school curriculum. And I was part of the team that set up a lab for one of the schools. What I realized was that the systems we used to set up the lab were all imported. And they came finished. Basically, we just train the students to fly and not know how to actually build. And that was what prompted this development, where we will teach you how to code the system, put it together, and test it yourself. So our project portfolio spans across educational technologies. I'll play a video of the AR sandbox for you, which is a tool that contains just beach sand, and we're able to run simulations on it to teach students about geographical concepts, landforms, contours, and what have you. Also, the AeroCore platform will help you to test tilt, drag, if you have to program a drone, how is lift achieved, and all that, okay? And then we are also developing autonomous systems based on some of the issues we've identified. Ghana currently is dealing with a lot of illegal mining, which has led to the pollution of almost 5 of our major river bodies. And we want to get to the point where we can have enough data on the river ecosystem. What is the siltation level of the river? What is the pollution level? Because after the illegal mining happens, a lot of silt flows into these river channels, silting them. Now, when there's rain, the channel is not able to hold the volume of water that originally it used to hold, and that causes flooding. So our autonomous systems that we are developing is aimed at achieving this target. And also, we want to solve community problems. And using the AR sandbox, we expose students to the impact of flooding on their environment. For instance, when you go to the southeastern part of Ghana, in a community called Keta, it is a sandbar situated between the ocean and then the lagoon. Year in, year out, there's rising sea level, and then this community is displaced. For over 20 years, about half of the community is gone. Okay, it's been swallowed by the ocean. So we really want to make sure that we train students using these solutions. And this is the AR sandbox being demoed to our students. And it helps to teach students about contours. I believe we all study geography one way or the other. And then we draw contours on paper in cyclical form with some numbers attached to it, just to depict. This shows a tabletop mountain. This is a plateau. This is a valley. But how do you visualize that in the real sense? So the AR sandbox helps us to do that. And the next video actually is a depiction of how that works. Okay?
Ghana is shaped by land, water, forests, wetlands, farms, towns, and rivers. Yet many learners still experience geography as flat drawings, contour lines, and difficult math questions. For many students, the challenge is not interest, the challenge is visualization. How do you imagine a mountain from a reality on paper? How do you understand flooding without seeing how water moves? How do you explain erosion, wetlands, or illegal mining without making the land come alive? This is where interactive learning becomes important. Flow in real time. At White Africa Technologies, we have locally assembled and adapted this open source platform here in Ghana. Our focus is not to claim the AR sandbox as a homegrown invention, but to make it meaningful for Ghanaian classrooms.
All right, so now the activity I'm trying to explain to the students is that they should assume the green you see is the flat vegetation, similar to the landscapes we have. Now, when you start to dig, you create depressions, and naturally, water has to flow in the direction of the depression. And this system helps us to simulate rainfall. And when I spread my hand above the surface of the system, it brings in the blue light, which now moves to where there's a lower depression. Once you form a hill on the AR sandbox, you'll be able to see the contour representation along the ridges. And this is very practical because now students will know that if it rains and to a certain volume on a hill, it has to descend all the way to the lower channel where water has to be collected naturally. And if we end up filling our waterways and building in them, then flooding becomes something we have to deal with on a daily basis. Okay, so this is one tool we deploy in our classrooms to make sure students learn and appreciate the concept of geography. We've identified the problem whilst during our outreach programs, and we are developing the solution for it. And the AeroCore platform. Now, the big drone you see is fully built in Ghana and tested. Okay? And we took up this challenge to make sure that we push the engineering boundaries of Ghana. Now, this is on the industrial level. How do we make sure that we train the next frontiers of engineers to be able to build these solutions, create jobs for themselves? And that is where the AeroCore platform comes in. So now, if we have the vision of pushing this into our classrooms, students as part of their practical work, has to assemble this, test it, and when they come out of school, they now look for job opportunities within that space or create one for themselves. Because the drone space really is cross-platform, if you look at it. And you could work in the mines, you could work in the civil construction industry, forestry. Kenya has a very good wildlife program. So this tool will create that kind of leverage for you. It opens a new opportunity for you in terms of job creation. Okay, so we want to increase the curiosity in students and make sure they are exposed to drones in a safe way. They learn about flight and aerodynamics using sensors as well. There's electronics, there's coding, there's autonomy that will be achieved. And the flight controller is an open source one. So it is common to everybody and you learn on that. All right, so we started as an impact program. We make sure that we make impact in the society. We communicate this on a daily basis. And with our commercial project, it is our plan that the revenue or part of our revenue usually goes into these STEM outreach programs to make sure that we create more access to the students that we deal with. And beyond that, we just want to create a mindset shift that Africa should not continuously be consumers of imported technology, but we have the ability to create our own. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate Jerry Kweku Afenyo Denu, founder and CEO of Byte Africa Technologies. I believe that we have been enlightened from the presentation. If you have any questions, he's still here. Please see him and then interact with him. Now, to have a gender balance, I would like us to appreciate Florence Delali Aholu, who is the Senior Product Manager at Dubandi Technologies, for her to also come and give us a brief presentation on what Dubandi Technologies do in Ghana and beyond Ghana. So Florence, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Florence Delali Aholu, who was previously on a panel. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. In 2021, a research firm was contacted to conduct research in the most rural parts of Ghana called Kumasi. Well, these researchers were doing a research on maternity health, and they were to find out what the problems are in that local area when it comes to the health of people. But then they went to the community, they conducted the research, they spoke to key people, they collected this data. Next slide, please. So it took them 2021 to conduct the research plan. The data was collected by 2022, and they published the report by 2024. By then, a lot of chaos would have happened. A lot of issues that had risen in 2021 would have caused so much damage by 2024, or it would have increased to a certain point that the solutions generated in 2024 would not be as effective as it was if it was given to them in 2021. So then what happens to the victims? This is where MegaQuest comes in. So MegaQuest is a platform that enables you to collect data by voice in local languages and at scale, and we enable you to do the analytics of that data. So we enable you to shorten the data to innovation cycles by enabling cost-effective ethical research for academia, innovators, and the corporate world. So we believe that we are here to help you collect insights at scale, and then we understand that language is very diverse, and then if you are collecting data in these rural areas, you need to understand what they are saying. You can't force people to speak a language that they don't know and still expect to get accurate information from them. So we built MegaQuest. So with our platform, we take you from questionnaire to creating your surveys. Then we use the same platform enables you to collect the data by voice. So imagine your normal survey monkey and all of that. After you create your surveys, it gives you a link. And when you share the link to people, people type or they just select. But then with ours, the moment you share that link, the people speak. So they are talking. It's like WhatsApp voice notes. So you get to hear what they are saying, and we transcribe that for you. So, benefits of MegaQuest. MegaQuest allows for 90% faster data collection, so you can share the link across. As you are collecting the data, it's faster and the transcription is done in real time, except for local languages. Because the languages are diverse, I heard in Kenya you have over 40 local languages. Even in Ghana alone, we have over 30 of it. So we need time to transcribe that for you. But when it comes to English, French, Spanish, it is done in real time. We are eliminating all forms of barriers in language or communication, and abandonment tracking. So in situations where you send your link to people to fill your survey or respond to your forms, you know, when people start the survey and they don't click on submit, you lose that data. With ours, we collect that data for you. So if you have 5, 6 questions and the people respond to only 2 or 3, we still get you that data because we believe that data is very valuable and the decision of the person to not click on submit should not affect your research. We are also credible. Why now? Well, AI transcriptions is finally reliable in a sense because then these platforms, these AI platforms were built with international mindsets, but then we want to localize it. That's why we are using machine learning to understand the local languages, the accents. You know how I've heard a lot of people communicate with us and they're like, are you Nigerian? We're like, no, we are from Ghana. But they are like, okay, your accent sounds Nigerian, right? We want to be able to decipher that. We are allowing the platform to decipher different accents in communication. Smartphone adoption has exploded. So we have a mobile app that enables you to collect data in areas where internet connection is very low. You know, there are some places where you go, there's no internet connection at all, but our mobile app enables you to collect the data, keep it. When you get access to internet, automatically uploads it to your dashboard. So who are our customers? Actually, our customer is anyone who wants insights, anyone who wants to conduct research, anyone who wants to understand the market. But these are the 3 that we want to start with: independent researchers, tertiary institutions, NGOs, and all of that, because they are the ones who conduct large-scale research, and it's always continuous. So there is a market for the AI global analytics. It's worth over 61 billion. The global AI-driven market research and interview automation, where we are, is worth 15. We want to target a small part of that in Africa. So where we've come from, it's been a very tough journey, solving issues that has to do with local people, local language. So it's been a lot of struggle, it's been a lot of pushbacks, it's been a lot of languages that we've been trying to get to understand, to learn, and to train our model on. So we registered in 2023. We invested 23,000 in the business. And from 2024 to 2025, we've been building. And it's not been easy. It's been a lot of back and forth, trying different marketing models. But in 2026, we discovered something. It's not about doing a blast of marketing or doing ads. We realized that that doesn't convert. What converts for us is talking to the institutions, going to them, because we also found that graduate schools in the various institutions are always conducting research. So then why don't we go to the institutions? Why don't we tap from the top and get all the other ones on board? So that is what we've been working on. We've been able to talk to UPSA. They are in Accra, Ghana. We've also tried talking to Ashesi University to get the graduate schools to adopt our product, because we believe that when they use this, research will be faster, credibility will be more stronger. Yes. We did a few piloting during the testing phase. We did a few projects for UNDP, MasterCard, and Mest Africa. Why us? So, African language support, of course. We are cost efficient in the sense that we understand that even though this is a local language thing that we are trying to solve, and it's very difficult, we still wanted to make it affordable enough for people to use. Instead of getting multiple agents to now transcribe, collect, and all of that, we are cutting that short whilst we handle that for you. So we cut down your pricing significantly. And qualitative data analysis. So we are giving you insights on the platform. You can just chat with MegaQuest. Ask MegaQuest, okay, with question 2, what did the people think about what I asked? With question 5, what is the overall perception about what we are doing? And it gives you detailed insights to it. We give you analytics, we give you a report that you can also download. So with the piloting and the testing this year, beginning of this year, where we tested the channel that works, this is where we are at. It's not been easy, but then we found the source that works. And as we are tapping into it, we are very confident that this is going to shoot up. How we make money? So project-based fees. So we understand that it's not every day that one person would be conducting research. So making it a subscription base would be unfair to the customer. So we want to make it more of a project-based payments channel. So when you are ready to do your research, just pay for that one and we can handle that for you. Our 12-month roadmap. This is what we are looking to get 10 plus universities. Since we've started with 2, we are hoping that the news will spread and more of them will get on board. We are expanding beyond the 15 clients that we have, the pilot clients that we have, and go beyond that and reach a sustained monthly revenue and funds, because once we get them on board, we see how best we can keep that numbers higher and rising. This is where we are at, where we need the funds to reach our 12-month runway. So now that we've figured out the marketing that works, we want to invest 50% of our funds into that. We are looking to grow our software products. Of course, we need engineering on board to make it very solid. So this amount is going into, 22% of that is going into it. Our revenue projected is around 205,000 during our 12-month runway. Now, a little bit about the team. We started as Game Boys. We decided to build a gaming app, and the game was called Obandi. I was the designer for the game, and this team built a game within 3 weeks, and it was tedious and it was stressful. But then after building the game, we realized that maybe this won't work. But then let's do something else. We believed in ourselves. We had a solid team, and we thought that let's pivot to research. So now meet the founders. We have Valentine. Valentine is a Nigerian. He's the head of growth. He has over a decade of experience in getting marketing analytics, government agencies, national media organizations on board. He's currently in Nigeria right now, and we are banking on him to get us that institutional partnerships. We have Emmanuel Enya. He's our head of product and infrastructure. He's also a Nigerian. He has built AI products. He's an engineer with over 8 years of experience. He has back-end skill sets, cloud infrastructure, intelligent data systems, because he has built for banks as well. And then there is me. So before I talk about me, we were 4 in the beginning. Now there's only 3 of us. One of us had to step back and focus on family, which we are grateful for. He really contributed to the business, but now we are a team of 3. There is me, Aholu Delali Florence. I am based in Ghana. I lead operations and product strategies, and I used my network in Ghana to also build the partnerships we need to make MegaQuest work. So our vision is making every African voice count in every decision. And what we need is, if you are willing to partner with us or invest with MegaQuest, just scan the QR code, we will reach out to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Florence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Florence Delali Aholu, Senior Product Manager, Dobandi Technologies, MegaQuest. Thank you. Please, if you have any questions, she's just here. Today she has had 2 sessions. She still has a lot of energy, so she would like to engage you. So Florence, thank you very much. And please, you can take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Florence Delali Aholu. Once again, this is the China Trade Week, the Africa Technology Show, Africa Build Show, and Megawatt Africa. Very soon we'll be having the very final panel discussion for the day on cross-border discussions. And I would like to also once again acknowledge your presence, the presence of everybody here. Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate yourselves for me. Appreciate yourselves for me. It's been wonderful. You have stayed with us throughout the day. Some have gone, some have come, some have gone for lunch, some have gone to network. But please continue networking, continue networking. And I implore you, if there are any empty seats in front of you, please fill the seats. Kindly take the opportunity to fill the seat, or take this opportunity to also interact or meet somebody you have not yet interacted or spoken to today. Is Stephen in the house? Stephen of Leather on Call. Where are you going? You are in the house. Yeah, he's very busy. Is Hope here? Hope, yes, is Hope here? Is Victoria here? Victoria is here. And is Jerry here as well? Jerry just had a presentation. And is Miss Kate Otanti here? Thank you. Now, you may have heard of Athari Africa. You may have heard of Byte Africa. You may have heard of Triple Clock. And you may have heard of Leather Encore and Smart Kids Palace. These are the personalities who will be here interacting and having serious discussions with you. If you can get one more chair, because the moderator and 4 speakers will be here. If you can get one more chair upstage, one more chair upstage. One moderator, 4 speakers, if you can get one more chair upstage. Thank you very much. In the meantime, I would also like to say, take the opportunity to interact with all those who have had presentations, who have spoken, who have in one way or another contributed by being here, just by interacting or by just showing presence here. Once again, today's event is powered and curated by the E4 Impact Foundation, which is a spin-off of the Catholic University of Milan, Italy, with presence in over 20 African countries, of which the Kenyan office is in Karen. And if Shared Value Africa is here, or you participated in the Purpose Playbook trading, please once again give me a wave. Give me a wave. Nice one, nice one. We will have an interaction after here. We'll have an interaction after here. We are setting the stage for our panelists and the moderators so that they can engage us on the topic of this session. The topic for this session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me welcome Madam Victoria Seshi, the Managing Director and Founder of Smart Kids Palace, all the way from Ghana. She will be moderating this session. If you are wondering what Smart Kids is, she will take this opportunity to interact with you. Madam Victoria, please be here. And if you also want to know how engaging with children, toddlers, it's very difficult to engage our bundles of joy, but she has a whole session dedicated for that. So Madam Victoria, please, you can take the mic and then introduce yourself and introduce your respective panelists. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Madam Victoria Seshi, Managing Director, Founder of Smart Kids Palace, Ghana. Thank you.
I am an educational entrepreneur, an advocate of early childhood learning. I'm very passionate about parental involvement, the support we give our children right from birth through school. So if you need to know more about how parental support can contribute significantly to early quality education, look no further. If you are a school administrator and you want to know more, I am always available. Without much ado, permit me to introduce my panelists, starting with Jerry Dono of Byte Africa Technology, Steven Sapon, Che, Leather on Call, Hope Adolu of Mizomo Limited. Mizomo means let's travel. And finally, Kate Osanti of Antari Africa. Being an African founders ourselves, I'm going to allow them the opportunity to introduce themselves, advertise their business, and the solutions they are offering to Africa as a whole. Starting with Jerry.
Good afternoon once again. As earlier introduced, my name is Jerry Denu, co-founder of Byte Africa Technologies. We are a technology education company that runs training across drones, robotics, Internet of Things, and we conduct research and development into African problems by building African solutions. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Steven Sapon. I'm the creative director for Leather on Call Ghana Limited. Basically, recycling business which recycles waste materials and make it into products and make it giftable. We also offer corporate branding and souvenirs and also training. So thank you very much.
Hello everyone. My name is Hope Adoli. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Mizomo Limited. We are behind the travel app Triple Clock. And at Triple Clock, what we do is we help business with business travel, anything travel related. Our goal is to make sure that you have the best travel experience ever by helping from the beginning to the end of your experience, from travel, your flight bookings, accommodation, event planning, your experience planning and all that. And we run that for businesses and individuals as well. So thank you so much, and happy to be here.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Kate Onsati, the founder of Athari Africa. FYI, Athari means impact in Swahili. You know something now, right? Awesome. So as an organization, we believe that Africa is doing the most in solving African problems. So what we do is help organizations tell the full story of their impact using the evidence that they have.
Okay. It is indeed a great pleasure to be the one moderating today's event, Capital Without Borders. This topic, I believe, resonates so much with every entrepreneur in this room. We all need fundings, right? That is why I will entreat everybody to take note of every experience, insights, and perspectives that this visionary leaders are ready to share with us. Trust me, they are really shaping the future of innovation across Africa. Starting with Jerry. Jerry, diaspora investment, as we all know, is really becoming an increasingly important source of capital for African startups. Why do you think this trend is currently gaining momentum, and what opportunity does it create for founders like us? Just share a minute's perspective and then pass it on to the rest of the panelists for me.
Okay, I think for me, diaspora investment goes beyond just money. It's more of a technical experience that I can get from those who are already doing other things in the developed world, so to speak. So for me, it's just not about money or funds, but experience. Yeah.
Steve, can we have your view?
Okay, so on my earlier panel discussion, I spoke about how starting business becomes very difficult. And if you look at our traditional settings, it's either you get funding from your mom, your dad, your brother, or in the part of our region, Ghana, you have an uncle who is based in Italy or UK. That's where my uncles first relocated to Italy, all right? So it's either you call them, you speak with them, you tell them your business idea, your dreams, whatever you want to do, then they remit you. But over the years, it's been changing. Now they want to see real value. They want to see what you bring on board, your idea, your innovation, your creativity, and the impact that you want to bring to the world, especially so that those monies are not for only hospital bills or only for school fees or whatever it is, but that money should be impactful, should invest in something revenue-based so that it can also have a replica effect. So if that funding comes in and you use to buy machines to scale up your business, you can have that replica effect to also have opportunity on other people as well. So that's my take on it, and I've benefited from such opportunities in the past.
Thank you. Hope.
Hello again. So from me, I think over the past couple of decades, there's been a gradual generational handoff sort of that's been happening. So we could say there's this group called maybe the first generation diasporans. Like Stephen was saying earlier, their main goal for sending money back home is to fight fires. Your grandmother has swallowed wheelbarrow. We need money to help in the hospital. There's school fees. You need to pay school fees, send money. The retirement home you started, rain is beating it, bring cement, bring money, let's buy cement and all that. But then over the years, we've had this new generation of diasporans who are now working at some of the biggest companies in the world, some of the biggest tech companies in the world, investment bankers and all that. And for them, their own interest for sending money home is no more just about fighting fires and removing wheelbarrows, but now being able to also support meaningfully in helping solve these problems that they themselves have been part of before. They've experienced some before, and now they want to be part in solving them and having like a bigger role in it. So I think this is why we are having a lot of, seeing a lot of interest from the diaspora community these days, and it's a good thing I think we should look at. Thank you.
For me, I think it's two things. Trust infrastructure has really shifted. With the advance of technology, we can now be able to get as much detail as possible about what is happening and about what you want. And I agree totally with Jerry that capital now is not just about money. Someone introducing you to the right customer, that is capital. Someone opening market access, that is capital. So the momentum is not just in the trust that has made it possible to invest, but also in the types of capital we are now getting to understand exist.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for such a great insight. And to startups or founders in here, we all know that as at now, we are also looking beyond the traditional source of funding. However, at the same time, the Africans from the diaspora, they are also looking for more meaningful ways to give back to us in form of skill sets, invest, participate, and contribute to the continent's economic growth and innovation. I see this to be a tremendous opportunity for both sides. So how well are we prepared? And I believe by the time we are done with this conversation, those who need diaspora funds, please take a note, observe the steps, and initiate some actions to see how best you can go with your assets along the way. Jerry, as a founder of tech company, what are the practical steps do you think entrepreneurs in here today need to take to establish trust with diaspora investments when it comes to attracting funds from the diasporas? What steps do you think they can actually leave here that when they move out of these events, they can start putting it into practice?
The very first, I would say, is putting in the right governance structure for your business. A lot of founders are not able to separate themselves from the business. They are not able to separate their bank accounts, personal bank accounts, from that of the business. Every daily transaction that the business does is either borrowed by the founder or is spent by the founder. So for a diasporan to trust you with their money, you should be able to put in the right measures. I learned this the hard way, and it forced me to enroll in an MBA program by the E4 Impact. The reason being that I want to put in the right structures. So I had to enroll in the MBA program to make sure the right structures are there. The second thing could be to be transparent. You know, the least you can do to anyone giving you free money or money for something in return is to be transparent on what you want to use the money for. You should be accountable. What do you want to use the money for? How is the money being disbursed? Who is signing off the check? There should be that trail of where money goes and how money comes in. There should equally be evidence of work being done. Okay, for someone to really trust you to give out their money, there should be proof of what you are telling them to come and invest in. So we, over the years, just wanted to show that, yes, we are doing outreach programs. There is evidence of the outreach program. We want to convert labs into active spaces. There has been evidence of it, though we have our challenges where we could go into a community and instead of the chiefs signing off the lab for us or lobbying for it, they want us to pay them or buy gadgets for them. I've had an instance where we went to a community, we're employed to be manning the place. We shouldn't pay the person directly. We should route the money through him, and then he will in turn pay the person. But how are we going to trust that he will actually deliver on that? And the head of the school equally wanted us to provide laptops for him. But I'm there for the students and the citizens of the community. So we were trying to put in all this evidence to show working, but the challenges were in our face, and it still had to do with trust and then creating the right form of accountability for the people. Yeah.
I also believe that with a good, strong structure, as an entrepreneur, you can be able to eliminate all these loopholes. And Jerry mentioned transparency. Just a little takeaway from me. If you are starting a business, please come up with your core values. Because at the end of the day, you learn to live by your core values, model them for the employees you will onboard to live up to that expectation. And that alone will also build into your credibility funnel. And we have also heard that aside the trust, there has to be something else. Because if you are able to establish the trust, the credibility, what then again inspired the investor to take action. And that thing, I believe we all heard of compelling storytelling. Stephen, this is where I bring you in. Let us have a bit of how our why can actually inspire an investor to give us that funds that we are eyeing for our business growth.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I will build it from my first point, that your uncle left you when you were a baby. Traveled to Italy for 15 years, and now you've grown, you've matured, you want to start your own business. There is something that your uncle or your aunt or to see or to know, because they see Africa as, or in a different lens, let me put it that way. All right, the structure, the opportunity, the insight, the development, the technology, everything has changed over the years. So for we as a business especially, we need to tell our story in a sense that, as for me, for instance, we concentrate much on impact storytelling because I'm an environmental resource environmentalist, so we really preach on recycling, upcycling, sustainability. So how or why should waste material be converted into a useful, meaningful product, and being carved or add technology, laser engraving to it to be ended up as a gift in corporate settings and all of that. So storytelling is very key. Your impact needs to be clearly identified, be transparent, be consistent. Finishing, all right. So traditionally, dressmaking, shoemaking, carpentry are seen as purely handmade, right? By now, technology has made it available for laser engraving, laser cutting, CNC, CAD machine drawing are all available to program all these hard stuff products, convert it electronically to a soft copy using the CAD model, feed it into a laser machine software, program the design, the models, everything, command the machine, it casts it and gives it that finest precision. The footwear that I'm wearing, all the leathers were cut with the laser machine. So if I go to a company that I want to supply 50,000 pairs of slippers, a school or whatever, by hand, how many craftsmen we need to get trained for them to undergo such activity? Laser technology is there to solve that problem. If you look at the tissue box I have here, which I neatly done with I Love Kenya, this is purely wood waste cut, assembled, and done within 10-15 minutes. All right, this same model can be replicated. That's why we are here to form partnership associations and see how best we can replicate such model to the Kenyan market. I can be in Ghana, I can be in the US, wherever it is. Send model to you in Kenya, plug into your laser machine, put the machine in, do your calibrations and everything, do the machine setting, the speed, the heat, and the time, and you get it done, get it fixed. And you can walk to any corporate organizations and sell this to them as a gate for their brand. So the opportunity is enormous, but you need to create your story as you are building trust and also taking care of your staff. Right, you're a team of 15, and I'm very privileged and opportunity to lead such a dynamic team. We are here, we are working. My other brother said, Melvin Technologies, he has automated a whole system. All right, he even invited me over to the office and see how best we can automate our customer complaints and customer inquiries. All right, so at a point of how much is this? When can I get it? How many is available and all of that? We have to be on our phone every time to answer such queries, but automated system can help us do that. And these are what diasporans are looking for, making work smarter, not harder. Thank you.
Thank you. So we know that our first step we will open the floor for questions afterwards, please. So back to where we stopped. Jerry is telling us about trust. Stephen is emphasizing on storytelling. Please don't forget your vision, your mission, and your business impact. Learn to communicate it so well that by the time you get to Stephen's stage, you should actually be able to turn the investors' interest into a real investment. And not only that, let's just assume for once, an investor has established trust and built all the credibility with a great pitch. Will you agree that that alone wouldn't be enough? Without access to diaspora networks, if you don't have the access to the room, if you don't have the relationships to connect, you wouldn't be able to take anything home. And Hope is coming to give us a broader perspective as to how we can leverage our individual networks for greater gain when it comes to our business growth. Hope, over to you.
All right. Anyway, I just came back from fighting some removing wheelbarrow. Yeah. So before I go there, just one talking about core values. It used to sound cliche to me when people say like this core value, our company, this mission, vision, etc. Until I started working with other businesses, and for some weird reason, one of the first places I go to when I go to their website is their About Us page. I want to really read what are your core values. Can I trust you? Can I work with you? So those things are really, really important, and people really do look out for it. So please, you definitely want to take that very seriously. So now back to how we leverage networks. And I'm going to give a small story from my own perspective. So we launched Triple Clock. We used to call it Mizomo. So the company was Mizomo and the platform was also Mizomo. And as she said, Mizomo means let's travel. I wanted to be as straightforward as possible with the name. And then eventually we changed it to Triple Clock over the years. And we've been working, and you know, you do the usual stuff, marketing, go on social media, do the usual. And true to our nature, we want to make travel easy. So we try to add as many things as we can, as many services, as many useful services as possible. And so somewhere last year, we introduced the eSIM service, where you can buy eSIM no matter where you are in over 200 countries. You can stay connected with insurance and all that. And then, again, we started again posting on Twitter, X, they call it these days, and LinkedIn, and etc. And then one Nigerian diasporan in the UK saw it. So he DM'd me and said, is it actually ready? Is this something I can use? I said, yes. He said, okay, I'm going to use it. I'm coming to Nigeria in December. I'll use this. I'll get the eSIM, and let's see how it goes. And then I was there in December thereabout. He reached out and said, yes, I just bought it. And I compared with it. There's another one. I have forgotten their name. It starts with S. But I compared with it, and sorry. Yes, they're competitors. Even if I didn't forget their name, I'll not mention it. So yes, and true to us, so what we do is we take from our infrastructure provider. We don't add any markup. Everybody else add the markup. So we are sort of very affordable, and it's unbelievable. So he used it, and it worked. Like, he was genuinely shocked that you in Africa, like, you are really building, this used to be things for like Western companies, the Ubers and the rest. Okay, let's see how it goes. And within a week, we had like 60 more purchases, yes. And what happened was, apparently, he went to tell his other friends, the other diasporans, they have like this WhatsApp group and all. And that's how we exploded. We took that and went to Facebook groups and started replicating that. So what we did was, I have a friend from Manchester who is in a diaspora group in Accra, Ghana diaspora group. I talked to him, he used it, he liked it, then he also did the same thing. And that's where we started getting a lot of people using our eSIM when we didn't even spend $1 on marketing. And it was so powerful, it was so unbelievable, because 4 years before that, we were doing the usual things, going hard, and all we had to do was to leverage one person, give him a solution that really solves a problem that he has, he likes it, and then he catches fire. I've been trying to replicate that in all the other services we've been offering since, including concierge services and all that, and it's been working well. And apart from that, we also have so many offline communities. Diaspora people come around every once in a while to organize events. Yesterday, there was someone here who was a teacher in the UK or so. He was here to network with people. These are also places that you can always get people to talk to. These people have friends who also have friends, just like I illustrated, and they can always help out. Apart from that, again, there's LinkedIn.
A minute.
Yes,
I understand you have a community that you are able to leverage on.
Yeah.
We all have networks. Can you share with them the basic networks that they can equally start tapping into?
Okay. So you go on LinkedIn, for example. There's a Ghanaian entrepreneur called Isaac Sessi, and one of his main goals these days is to connect local founders to sources of funding. And one of his platforms is called Easy Grants. He posts about funding available for African creatives and founders. And there's another one called Newcomer with a comma. Newcomer, they also share a lot of resources that connects African founders to diaspora resources. So those are some of the very active communities that are available that you can use here.
Thank you so very much. And I believe with the letter he has shared, just assume that you have investors ready. But sometimes there's always a barrier. That is why I'm bringing Kate in. Kate, please, from your experience, can you share with us some of the greatest barriers that prevent startups from accessing funding? And if possible, how can they live here knowing one or two of overcoming such barriers?
Thank you. Easy exercise. If I tell you that I have served 100 customers and that is my impact, will you believe it? Why not? I don't have evidence. I don't have the story about their impact, right? So the first thing is the gap between your evidence and your story. Rather than rushing to make your pitch deck as have a risk that they have to that they have to face when they want to invest in you. As Hope has just illustrated, whoever it is that wanted to talk about the eSIMs first wanted to experience it for themselves. There is a cost to the investment that they make, whether or not it works, because especially if they know you, they will be very stringent to make sure that the impact that you are communicating actually works, because the relationship is more than the business. It will be hard to break it if this doesn't happen. And so the fix for that is that no matter the relationship that you have, treat them like those industrial investors. The same rigor, the same documentation, make sure that you treat them with as much respect as possible, because money is money and it comes from somewhere. Then the third is about the narrow perspective that we have of capital. As all of us have said, there are different forms of capital and there's low-hanging fruits. These low-hanging fruits and how you prove that you can be trusted is what will lead to the cash that we are eyeing. So think of capital as an ecosystem, find the low-hanging fruits and start from there. Build the trust. By the time you're asking for money, they already trust you. The money will just follow.
That's fantastic. So by now, I believe with these 4 core areas, everybody should believe there is an access. But I'm going to behave like little Oliver Twist, and for the benefit of my audience, aside the capital or beyond the funds, what else? Because you have all heard the stories about something happening to mismanagement of some donor fundings. Please, can you share with us again, Jerry, what other area of support can diaspora investors provide to African funders that are actually requesting for these funds?
In my first point, I mentioned technical support. Because I work in the technical space, it is something we really need. They have lived it, they have experienced it. My first attempt at raising funds was actually kickstarted by someone in the UK I've never met before. He just spoke to a friend and it was like, oh, I like what you are doing. I think I want to support. I want to start a GoFundMe for you. He sent me 14 microcontroller sets for my outreach program, and constantly he wants to make sure I am good at the skill set I'm delivering to the students, because technology is fast-paced. What I know today, tomorrow might become irrelevant. So for me, it goes beyond just money. Like I keep saying, it's the technical skill. I need to prove I understand what I'm teaching or what I'm trying to impact, and it's just the knowledge.
Okay, Kate, back to you. Aside the technical expertise, I believe there's more. Can you throw light on few other areas that might be very useful to support their growth, or whatever journey they decide or venture into with the funds? Let us know how best the skill sets can also help.
I think I'll focus on the low-hanging fruits. One is evidence capital. What evidence can you take charge of to build around your business to convince the next person that you can actually be investable in? Number two is reputational capital. I am good at this. My network believes in me. If I now pull you in, the next person who you talk to, you'll be able to point to me that she also works with me. You can trust in my business. I think those are the two that I will highlight now.
Okay. Permit me to add my personal skill set. Please, mentorship. Never venture into a business where you have no knowledge. In the multitude of many, there's always a counsel. I have learned it the hard way, and whatever you do, please don't do it in isolation. The floor is officially open for your questions.
So the first question was already about pricing.
Please, the mic is on.
The price of that gadget he was talking about.
The machine, yeah.
In Kenya, let me talk. In Kenya, it's about the price, or in any business, it's about the pricing of their goods. The more expensive the good is, customers don't buy. So it's a matter of the nini. Now, about the diaspora and whatever, she talked about you sending money to the people in Kenya. So many people have been conned. You send money to your brother, your sister. You photograph a house which is going on, but it is not hers. It is somebody else. So trust and whatever. And even
please, is that a question or an add-on to?
No, you talked about that, I think. Somebody talked about that. You trusting your money to your brother, to your sister, and whatever. I'm talking about Kenya. What is happening? You send money, there's no house, but you in the diaspora, you know you have a house which is not there.
Great. Stephen.
Okay, thank you. So I will tackle the machine bit as well. The machine is 500,000 shillings, all right? So in Ghana, we run a model. It's called the Laser Customization Initiative and Machine High Purchase Initiative. That's we train you for 3 months and you use 6 months to pay on an installment basis. All right. So the whole 9 months is from ideation, prototyping, machine learning, machine building, go-to-market, entrepreneurship, marketing, all through to the 9 months period. So the first 3 period is for you to pay 50% of the total machine, and the rest is spread over 6 months period with you. And we are doing this with some donor agencies back in Ghana, and with the support for E4 Impact Foundation. And when we talk about the entrepreneurs branding education bit of it, that's where E4 Impact comes in with University of Professional Studies. We want to replicate the same model here in Kenya. All right, so we are still in the early stages with much engagement, especially with funder donors and also with investors to see how best we can scale that operation here in Ghana, in Kenya.
Thank you so much. Stephen will be available to handle all your questions personally. So you can always contact Stephen. He will be around, so look for him if you have any question for any of my panelists, please don't hesitate. I am available. I have almost 9 years in business. I don't mind sharing it all so that you can pass it on. Once again, thank you so much for being part of my pre-stage panel, and I want to believe that we are all taking away one or two. Once again, thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate our wonderful panelists. Please rise for a group picture. Rise for a group picture. Thank you. We can do it better. We can do it better. Let's appreciate them. Thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this panel discussion. Thank you so much, Victoria. Thank you, Hope. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Stephen. And then thank you, Kate. Kate is from Athari Africa. Athari means impact, right? Athari means impact. Take the time to interact with them. Take the time to interact with Victoria. Take the time to interact with Hope and Stephen. They have vast experience in cross-border funding and capital. This is very, very wonderful. This is very wonderful. We have the final presentation for the day, the final presentation for the day. And this will be done by our very good friend, Andrews Akoto Addo. But Andrews is not coming in yet. We are preparing the stage for Andrews. And if you've heard of Shared Value Africa, Shift Impact Africa, Purpose Playbook Training, he is one of the coordinators of that and facilitators of the Purpose Playbook Training. So, ladies and gentlemen, kindly allow me to give a brief overview of who Andrews Akoto Addo is, or as we popularly call him, Andy. Andy is a Pan-African social entrepreneur, ecosystem builder, and head of business development at Shared Value Africa. He is also a founding partner and a focal point for Jami Trade, where he drives cross-border collaboration and enterprise growth across the continent. He specializes in advancing the shared value business management concept and supporting SMEs in integrating profit with purpose into their core business models. His work focuses on helping companies move beyond traditional CSR by embedding strategies that align profitability with social, environmental, and economic impact that is strengthening competitiveness while contributing to community development. Andy has worked with leading regional and global institutions, including Unleash, UNDP Ghana, International Trade Center, and Reach for Change, delivering high-impact programs in entrepreneurship, innovation, and the green economy. He has also led and contributed to multi-country initiatives across Africa, including programs that support green and circular enterprise development, advanced edtech innovation, ecosystem, and accelerate progress towards the SDGs, that is the Sustainable Development Goals. These initiatives like Unleash Rwanda and the MasterCard Foundation EdTech Fellowship in Ethiopia have empowered hundreds of businesses and innovators, strengthening regional collaboration and building scalable solutions for sustainable development. Andy is in a hurry to be here, but he's not yet ready. We are still preparing the stage for him. And so if I can have the pulpit here, that would be great, because the presentation is going to be very interactive. the presentation is going to be very, very interactive. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is the 11th edition of the China Trade Week, 6th edition of Africa Technology Show, 4th edition of Africa Build Show, and the 3rd edition of Megawatt Africa. And once again, before Andrew comes, I would like for you to appreciate yourself. So please give yourself a resounding round of applause. Please appreciate yourself. Appreciate yourself. If you can clock it like me, please feel free to clock it. Feel free to clock it. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are ready to have the audience of Mr. Andrews Akoto-Addo to give us a presentation. He will introduce the topic of that presentation. His name, as we popularly call him, is Andy, and he has been here in Kenya facilitating purpose playbook trainings on behalf of Shared Value Africa and Shared Value Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Andrews Akoto-Addo, popularly known as Andy. Thank you. Andy, have the mic.
Thank you very much, Janet. Janet is my sister. We go way back. Ghana people in Kenya. So it is a friendly affair. And I see a lot of young people here, so please wave your hand if you are between the age of 20, 30. Wave your hand. So the whole house is actually young. So we are going to have a conversation, and I'll be engaging you. I'm a trainer. I don't know how to do diplomatic talks. I like to just deal with the real issues, right? How many of you have signed MOUs already? How many of you are driving businesses? Show by hand if you are a business leader. If you own a business or you are part of a business, show by hand. Amazing. Today's conversation, my colleague Bernard, he's on a trip. The past week we've been quite busy, so he's not here. But I'm going to be doing this with you. I understand I have 30 minutes. If you can add 10 minutes to it, then thank you. God will bless you. If you can't, we'll do it together, all right? Fantastic. I see smiles here, so please give me more smiles. I've been very busy the whole week. And so if you give me smiles, who knows, I'll sort of pump up with a lot of energy today. Are you with me? All right, so who has signed an MOU already with their business? You have an MOU in place. You have an agreement with some companies. Perhaps you have a funding agreement or a certain outreach, some form of agreement. All is memorandum of understanding, right? But there's also memorandum of agreement. There are different types of agreements in place. MOUs are usually non-binding, but it basically holds everybody accountable to a specified mode of engagement and arrangement. I have a couple of slides which will be running through the presentation. But let me see by hand, if you say you signed MOU, I saw somebody here. Is that another microphone? Okay, I'll do this with you, Janet. I'll listen to a lady first. Fantastic. We are on the same page. Ladies first. So, who has signed an MOU? Oh, I saw a hand here. Okay, yeah, the lady who is taking me videos.
Hello?
Oh, yeah, taking pictures. Why did you put the phone there and started smiling? Don't worry, we'll do this together. This place, it's a workshop. So don't be shy. All right, me, I'm very shy. You won't believe it. So please introduce yourself. Tell us what you do and how you ended up signing an MOU, right?
Okay, good afternoon.
And I should say that I know Kate also, so she's actually part of our people. Nice to see you, Kate. Amazing. Don't worry, I'll call your names also, my people. Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Jane Karemera. I come from Butterfly Baton Initiative, where basically we help young mothers, young kids living with disability into moving into business, and especially for small businesses that do not require a lot of capital and training. First we train them, then we start a startup capital for the different businesses that they are going to be taking over.
So your target market is first young mothers?
Yes.
So you're only focused on mothers?
No, we are not just focused on mothers. basically it's because of the MOU you've asked me about. That's why I've taken you to the aspect
the
of them.
aspect where you signed the MOU.
Yes.
Go ahead. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, for us, we are based in Kawangware, whereby we've partnered up with Smile for Neurodiversity, whereby we signed an MOU. We do the training, we do the startups, then for them they bring out the people that are going to be incorporated in the trainings.
Okay, so what kind of company did you sign an MOU with? A training provider, a service provider like yourself, or?
For us, we are not a training provider. For us, we are an international non-profit.
Right.
So we do sign MOUs with the training centers around the areas that we are going to work with, especially things like any institution that is offering short courses.
Fantastic. So
Yes.
first and foremost, to go into the phase of signing an MOU, they have to have an offering. You have to know what you are selling. You have to align with the other parties, whoever is delivering a certain service that connects with what you are doing, so that it's almost like a leverage game. It eases you for you to soft land with them. You had a training space. This MOU was signed for you to deliver your trainings within that training space.
Yes.
Fantastic. Who else wants to share their example and what they do? Yes. I wanted to find another lady, but the hand's not up, so you go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Israel Ogadiru. I run two companies, one Discovery Media Limited Kenya. So what we do is that apart from corporate emceeing, we also do marketing experiences just based for different companies and different brands. And we've been able to generate quite some huge ROI for our various clients. Now, our second company is called
ROI.
Huge ROIs, guarantee. We make you
Like
trend on
within
Twitter.
7, 8, 10 figures.
Yeah, it ranges across different businesses that we work with, but I think we can average at about 40 to 45%. That's if you give us business in 3 months. So that's what we do. We trend you on Twitter. Basically, we make you famous. I'm a corporate MC as well. So by the end of the day, your product will get to the right audience, guarantee. Our second company is called Nelumbo Global Limited. So basically what we do is that it's a company that we created to run trade delegations. So we B2B trade delegations specifically. So we come and select people in various different industries who usually import from various companies or rather from various countries. And then we work with the embassies to organize trade delegations. So we get traders from Kenya, take them to different countries just for the purpose of B2B and also trade exchanges. So recently we signed an MOU with a certain bank that I won't talk about, but basically what we do is that the MOU provides a framework of how we can offer trade delegation or trade delegation services on their behalf. So yeah, so we take their clients to wherever they would want to be taken, and then from that, we're able now to generate our revenue. Thank you.
Super. Within the MOU, you stated how you would generate revenue on both sides, right? How you will generate revenue through your trade delegation, almost like trade missions facilitation, right? And the other one is almost you just selling people. Yeah, productizing human beings like me. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Who else? Before you move to the slides. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm Adel Mohammed, accounting enthusiast.
You are what enthusiast?
Accounting.
Accountant?
Yeah.
Ah, you are an accountant yourself?
Yes.
Fantastic.
So
you're a professional accountant and an enthusiast of accounting.
No problem.
Thank you.
So actually, I partnered with some of the campuses whereby we make sure we host a biz camps, which is to empower the students on how to apply for the taxations and apply the government tenders like the ACPO, which is government access programs, procurement programs, sorry. So the most important thing is to ensure most of the youth who are going to be the business leaders align themselves into the financial discipline. Because most of the people might have money, but the function of that money or the functionality of that money is where most of the people get wrong. Yes, you can have the capital, but now you cannot compete with somebody who has an idea of beginning a business and the one who has a money and says, which kind of business I want to begin, meaning you didn't know anything about the business. So us is to make sure we camp with the youths and encourage them on how to become financially disciplined so that they can have a good financial discipline, make a sound financial decisions. So, yeah.
Who did you sign an MOU with regarding that?
So far, we are in Tika.
Okay, there's no need to mention the company's name, right?
Oh.
But that's the name of the company?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So you agreed on specific areas where you can move or sort of deliver your services, looking at their community, yes, right? A community of young people who needs accounting services.
Accounting services, which is one is to assist them in bookkeeping.
Bookkeeping.
Yes. So another one is the taxations.
Fantastic.
Because sometimes you do business, but you don't know the legality part of it or the compliance part of it.
Right.
So we come in ensuring that you understand different aspects of taxes.
Fantastic.
You see?
Your work is very, very important. It's very, very important. You'll make the government very happy.
Oh,
do you work with the government?
No.
You should sign MOU with the government.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. So I think the House is actually fully aware of how we move from a service provider into a certain shared responsibility, right? And then you go into an agreement with another person who would help you to grow your enterprise, right? So before you go into thinking about MOUs, there has to be something that you're offering. Let me introduce my work and who I am and what I do, and then I'll share a few slides. It won't take so long. I want to do this with you, so please engage. If you don't engage, this will be very boring. Are we together? Are you with me? Fantastic. So Janet rightly said that I work with Shared Value Africa. I'm the new business lead. In other jurisdictions, you can call me the business development lead. I have a few young people from our training, young business leaders. I'm sorry, you've graduated now. Young business leaders from our training, Purpose Playbook training. We've held that for the past 4 days at the ALX the Piano Auditorium, where we had conversations around purpose, operations, strategy, team, and then also just broadly talking about the trade facilitation or trade imperative. This is the work I do. I love businesses. I'm always talking to businesses. And so everything you hear me or that I'm going to share today is not far from what I do on the ground. All right? Let's move the slide to introduce Shared Value Africa. We are a global community of shared value practitioners. We are currently operating across 6 continents. In Africa, previously it was called a Shared Value Initiative, started in Johannesburg, South Africa in 2018 by our founder, Tiki Barnard, who met with Professor Michael Porter and Mark Kramer at the Harvard Business School somewhere in 2018. He decided that, hey, it's very important for us to build sustainable competitive businesses, but these businesses also have to drive inclusive growth, both the community, environment, and then broadly speaking, the economic livelihoods of the people who are impacted by the work that these businesses do. So business wants to be profitable, but business have to be profitable with a certain purpose that we want to make society better. So we've created a business model, different frameworks, different initiatives around the shared value model, which was propounded by Professor Michael Porter. If you know Professor Michael Porter, he's an economic genius, right? Porter's 5 forces, 7S strategy. You guys know Michael Porter, right? Amazing. So Mark Kramer is also part of the Porter Institute and Institute for Competitiveness Global. And so we have a lot of sister organizations that do different things across the continent around the shared value practice, right? It's both a strategy, it's a thinking, it's also a methodology that you can use as a leader, right? Amazing. The next thing that I'll share is that we are very much heavy on the Africa continent. With Shared Value Africa, we are focused really on the sustainability of the continent, value creation and the sustainability of the continent. We look at your business, we ask that within the value chains of your business, how can you drive impact at scale? Not just on one product, but of course, by extension, with the communities that you serve, how can they contribute to helping your business be sustainable? So we believe a lot in ecosystem building, believe a lot in community-driven initiatives around private sector. So we are friends of businesses. Businesses that want to do good and do well at the same time. Not businesses that are moving with a certain evil capitalist motives, right? And as I told you, I'm a trainer, so I say things as they are, right? Capitalism is not bad, but it can be used for bad things. And if you're a baby bloomer here, young people of today, the Gen Zs, the millennials, we have problems with you. We will take you on one-on-one. It's not a fight, but we have to hold our leaders accountable, those who build companies and not think about the environmental impact of their work. Today, we are bearing the cost of that. Our environment, our climate is getting warmer. Things are not working well for us. You face this, we face this. So business are at the heart of a lot of the issues that we face climate-wise and also socially. So we want to build businesses that become a force for good, not just profitability. If you are here with me, say yeah, yeah. All right. So we are in South Africa, we are in Nigeria, we are in Ghana, we are in Kenya. With Shared Value Kenya, as I mentioned, we've been very busy this past few weeks. We're in Malawi, we're in Botswana. Very soon we'll be in Ethiopia. If you're here in Ethiopia, we can have a conversation after this conversation. Let's have our own conversation. All right? Thank you very much. So, as I mentioned, we are driven on sustainability and on value creation and sustainability of the continent. And then we move to the next slide where I talk to you about the group. Very fast. We have sister organizations that we work with. As a non-profit, Shared Value Africa, we need the profit-making people to also work with us, so that we take some of their money to do good and to build sustainable businesses. We want to convert the idea of CSR into CSV, creating shared value. You don't have to make money at the end of the year and find small budget somewhere and go and throw money at a certain problem, polish it, and do marketing. We want your operations, your business model to work along the lines of value creation. So before you even take a small budget to go and, build a borehole or do some nice things and take nice pictures, we want you to use your business to address fundamental issues that the community is already facing. And you can make money doing that. So Shared Value Africa does most of those things. Between the work around research and then ecosystem building, strategy, and all that, it sits at the Shift Impact Africa group, which is a naming convention. It's not registered as a Shift Impact Africa group. It's Shift Impact Africa. It's mainly a consulting firm. It does ESG consulting, strategy, and then, reporting. And it has a nice partner, which is originally founded in India, but we have an Africa wing of it called Institute for Competitiveness Africa, where we can make your business competitive. So we do a lot of research around your business, your product, differentiations, and all that. So within shared value, we have Jamie Trade and then the Academy. So I won't spend much about that. This is basically the strategic pillars of our work. I'll be touching base maybe in the course of our presentation on this whole thing. But let's move to the next slide and talk about the objective for this workshop. Number one, we want you, the slide on the screen, but it's nicer here. Anyway, don't worry, you can't fix it today, so it's fine. So understanding the shared value concept, the framework around it, how it will drive you to make informed decisions, particularly when you want to collaborate, partner, or leverage a certain service of another enterprise. You can really be guided by shared value. And then you understand why partnerships fail. And then we talk about the practical MOU to market frameworks that exist. And then we'll explore a few case studies. And then we'll wrap up with an actionable partnership playbooks. I don't have the time, but it's basically going to be a scorecard that I'll leave with you to guide you in your partnership decisions. So what is the shared value framework? When Michael Porter and Mark Kramer decided to issue their white paper in the Harvard Business Review, they thought of three main areas of this shared value concept. Number one, they want to reconceive and then reconceive products and market, and then redefine productivity in the value chain, and then enable cluster development. The third one is really your community and the people that are impacted by your work. How can you connect them within different areas? So I heard someone in the room talk about they are on the panel, talk about they are very community driven. They don't like to work alone. They involve the people in their work, right? Kate mentioned evidence-based type of decision making, your data and all that. So whoever you are impacted by, you have to generate this social metrics, this impact metric, the data really that informs your work and how you are making impact. We don't want you to only think about the money, but think about what the money is changing, the transformation that the money is bringing within the society. So if an M-Pesa has been launched by Safaricom, beyond M-Pesa becoming a digital transaction or money moving simply, we've spent a lot of time diagnosing M-Pesa and realized that no, M-Pesa beyond easy financial transactions and all that, it is changing the saving culture of people. It is helping people become more financially conscious. Now they can see where their money is going and they can track how they, from a social and then their own economic livelihoods, they can know how to manage and then add value with the money they have. Are you with me? Fantastic. So now you can see that if M-Pesa wants to do a certain social impact analysis, they wouldn't just look at the number of volumes, the volumes of transactions that's happening, but the culture of saving that is also coming into the ecosystem called Kenya. Are we together? So beyond your services, look at the clustering, that the ecosystems that is being built around your work. It could be social livelihood empowerment. It could be education being sort of a ripple effect of your work. You can track these things, right? If you want to think about how to do it, maybe you can engage me later. We can consult and do business. Are you with me? Fantastic. The redefining productivity and value chain. Productivity is something that a lot of Africans talk about, but I think one of the things that really causes our productivity to be shaky is that we waste time a lot on doing very unnecessary things. Mundane tasks. Now AI has simplified things, but be careful not to give AI all responsibility to send emails on your behalf. In Africa, AI is still evolving. We are not there yet. So let us be careful how we consume it. Otherwise, we'll become more daft. I'm sorry. Or we'll become more... We have to be smart, right? So we have to use AI smart. But productivity, AI could accelerate productivity, right? It could cut down a few mundane tasks here and there and then make things more quicker for you. If you want to brainstorm about something, let's give a nice prompt, hoping that the AI will not hallucinate, and then we move through things. We discuss together, we reach a decision real quick, right? So we look at your value chain and how your work is going. You can look at first internally and look at your suppliers and look at other people within your ecosystem. So you spoke about how to get somebody to accept your services, making them accounting, bookkeeping, and all that. You simplify the process. Rather than going all around sending proposals, we will get some AI automated to track, to map, to give us indication around who would really enjoy our services. And then it gives a nice description of Facebook, like, hey, shoot this email to everybody. All I need is a phone call, and then let's have an agreement. Rather than taking my letters from one door to the other, we can do this. Or you can even get a simplified way by just working with Uber. And Uber for service. You tell Uber that redefine your moving people from one place to the other. I want you to work with me. I need 1 or 2 drivers. I want to broadcast things. When I get one business, I give you 10%. Or you get some e-mobility bike thing, you just broadcast things. You simplify things. You look at your value chain, how things will move fluently or speedily for you, right? I'm also talking to you also. So let's redefine a product and then value chains also. Reconceive your products and markets. It's something that you have to think about as a business person. Products are not static. They evolve with the changes in society. So the taste and preferences would always change. I don't know about Kenyans, but in Ghana, we are very much heavily reliant. We rely a lot on imported things for everything. We love the Western food. We love everything. Everything is westernized. But we have our local delicacies and all that. So it's something we want to give some sort of boost to our local people. So if the taste and preference of the local people is being westernized, maybe let's put some nice Western flavor, Western touch be somewhere. So that we'll be like, this is actually banku and tilapia, but it is eaten by the UK people. Who knows? They will buy it. I don't know, or ugali, or nyama choma, branded in a certain nice way. Are you with me? Sometimes the product looks very exciting for you, but when it gets to the market, it comes out with different feedbacks. So sometimes you have to reconceive your product, reconceive the market. You have to bring the market along on how you are changing and how you are innovating. Are you with me? So all these things, this framework, from a shared value creation perspective, it's your anchor that guides you in how you even establish partnerships. Are you with me? Fantastic. So what is shared value? Shared value are policies, practices that enhance your business competitiveness and then simultaneously help you advance the economic, social conditions in the communities where you operate. So now I'll move fast. I'm going to skip a few slides because Janet is doing this. I'm like, I need to learn a lot of things. So let's go to the videos. No problem. Let's go to the video and then watch Gavi and how they launched this nice vaccine model when COVID was taking over the world. I'm sorry, we want to hear the video. I want to listen to the audio also. Thank you. If it's not possible, we'll skip just to make good use of our time, right? All right, you're seeing nice things, but you
make sure they reach the people that need them most. Today, there has safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines. How can we make sure they reach the people that need them most? Today, there are many vaccines in development. Most will fail. For those that could succeed, governments are under pressure to secure supplies for their populations. If governments compete for vaccines, most countries could miss out. This is not only bad for countries that cannot secure their own supplies, it's bad for us all, as no one is safe until everyone is safe. The COVAX pillar aims to ensure that every country gets fair and equitable access to eventual COVID-19 vaccines. It does this by acting as an insurance policy, with the largest portfolio of vaccine candidates in the world. Wealthier countries have a greater chance of gaining access to successful vaccines. And by pooling their buying power, rather than competing against one another, they enable investment in factories. So more doses are available as soon as a vaccine becomes available. The COVAX pillar is founded on the principle of equitable access. This means any country, regardless of their ability to pay, has the same access to vaccines. By supporting the development and manufacturing of these vaccines, wealthy countries increase their chances of getting COVID-19 vaccines and ensure the rest of the world gets access too. Ending the pandemic as quickly as possible will take a global effort. We need as many doses as possible, as fast as possible, as soon as a safe and effective vaccine becomes available. 2 billion doses would be enough to vaccinate healthcare workers and other high-risk groups. If we start now, we can save hundreds of thousands of lives, not to mention trillions of dollars. It's not about one country versus another. It's about one world protected.
So during COVID, insurance companies began to rethink the way they sell insurance. One of the things that Gavi did was to basically work with a number of insurance firms in a consortium fashion. And then they then decided that, hey, most of the vaccines that are being moved from one country to the other, trust was a problem, that this vaccine would make you hallucinate, you go mad. And this vaccine will even make you more sick. Or this vaccine will cause a lot of troubles to you. So the way that we verify or guarantee vaccines was that we need to insure them. We need to make sure that they've run through different tests and then approvals. And different countries had different ideas around vaccine production. People wanted to manufacture their own vaccines and all that. This is the national or the continental level kind of decision making, right? When you look at the model that they adopted, listening to the video, you realize that Okay, we want to take vaccines to the rest of the world, but trust, regulation, compliance may become an issue. So the only way we would go about this is that let's get one government approving it. Let's get private sector anchoring the investment for the vaccine production, and then let's ensure it so that everybody everywhere can have access to it. What is happening here is that, number one, for them to make progress, they need to pilot it with interested parties. It was not big. It started somewhere in the US and then moved into other parts, Europe, and then other African countries, then came together on the COVAX pillar. So you as a business person, you think about this model and be like, okay, I want to launch something amazing. You have your ideas, you have your products. However, because it's so big and it would really impact a lot of people, let me look at bringing a certain model where I collaborate and agree with different parties to help lower the cost of production or the cost of delivery or the cost of distribution. Are you with me? So let's start first by looking at a small market to pilot this. And then let's see how they adopt this. Before we move to this slide, let me just talk a bit on the thing. But it's good that it's here anyway. Let's move this and then get people adopting it. And then let's see the scale of it. So before we even say we are producing more, let's see if there is buy-in from the immediate, community within reach. Are you with me? And so they tested and then they realized that it could scale. It could move a lot of things. So success here required that incentives ought to be aligned. So when you think about going into a certain MOU or an agreement, so that your agreement will go to market, so that it doesn't stay on paper, because there are a lot of agreements that stayed on paper and never went to market. Who has an experience of signing an agreement and never did anything afterwards? Thank you, MC. Are you raising your hand? Yeah. There's interest. There's mutual interest. The people like your language. You talk nicely. You dress nicely. You be like, oh, let me show face. Oh, I like you, so I'll sign an agreement with you. But never move the needle. Never brought about anything. But agreement is signed. You go back again, be like, maybe the timing is not right for this. Maybe our incentives are not well aligned. Maybe our interest may be a bit shaky because political climate is changing real fast. Kenyans are about to have their election very soon. And so I need to tilt myself towards some people. And I'm not sure where you stand. Are you with me? So first and foremost, for success to be in sight, you need to make sure that your incentives are aligned. And the COVAX pillar sort of demonstrated that incentives ought to be aligned, not just big government aligning, but private sector aligning for mass production of this vaccine to be insured before they produce them. Are you with me? The other thing is that there's governance and leadership concerns that you have to check that box. So you, the leader of your company, do not send your subordinates. Yesterday I was in a conversation with one of my colleagues and it was like, when it comes to getting the deal, a lot of these guys come, the CEO is in suits. This happens a lot in the consulting field. The CEO is in suits, dressed nicely, come for the meeting, talk all the big English, and when it comes to the delivery of the work, it's a subordinate that is handling it. Eventually, you are demonstrating to them that when it comes to talking big money, you are there. But when it comes to delivery, you are questionable. Are you with me? The MOU will be questionable also when you don't show yourself as the one leading and guiding the process. Are we together? So governance and leadership ought to be aligned also. And then you validate the customer, and then you define the scale pathways. So within the MOU to market analogy, there's also an interesting thing that from the shared value ecosystem, from Dr. Mark Kramer from the Harvard Business School, we developed, I think about 5 years ago, called the collective impact model. And the collective impact model basically talks about you as the business person understanding that you do not operate alone. It goes side and side with shared value thinking. You do not operate alone. And for you to sign an MOU or have an agreement in place, first and foremost, think about the agenda, the common agenda on the table. Where are we going? Where do we want to reach? What kind of resources do we want to mobilize? Go straight to the point. Don't be wishy-washy, Don't be in the clouds. Just say, as a business person, this is my agenda, this is where I stand, these are my values, and this is where I want to go with this. So common agenda, and then you then move to aligned measurement. How do we measure and track ourselves? How do we hold ourselves accountable? Peter Drucker is the one that says that, he says something about strategy, culture eats strategy for breakfast, and also says something about whatever doesn't get measured cannot be managed, right? So you look at yourself, you track yourself, ask yourself some questions that, will this be achieved? I have 3 thinking along what gets done as a framework. Number 1, is it desirable? Number 2, is it feasible? Number 3, is it viable? So whatever thing that we want to do you desire it as I desire? Is it feasible? Can it be done within the shortest possible time with less resources and will not bear so much cost to us? Who can come in as an anchor with their logistics or with their venue or with their facilities? So that feasibility would be easily tested, that this is feasible. And the next one, will it work? Will it achieve its intended purpose? Is it viable? You tick that box also. Then you can then measure progress. Then you can track and report that you are getting things done. Are you with me? And then there's going to be mutual reinforcing. Whatever is getting done, reinforce it, do it again. What is not getting done, go back to the drawing board, cancel it, and then change the dynamics. MOUs are not legally binding. The lawyers, so he's a lawyer here. No lawyer in the room. Goodness. All right. But then we can move into having a contractual agreement that is binding, because we hold each other accountable when the money starts coming in, and we know how to move things, right? And there's also has to be continuous communication. Do not sign an MOU, you do not start working, and you, the CEO, you go sit somewhere and not engage and report on how things are moving. So simplified form: shared problem definition or shared agenda, strategic fit, governance structure in place, success metrics defined, how do we track, how do we report, how do we make sure that we are driving the same agenda. Resource commitments: you are bringing your house, I'm bringing my car. You are doing this, I'm bringing my style. And then eventually the output will be signed MOU, implementation roadmap comes with the MOU. Timelines are very important. I had a case study here, but I'm not going to spend time on it. It's quite a lot. I've touched base on Safaricom M-Pesa model. Because they are partners and founding members of Shared Valley Africa, I like to promote them wherever I go. And you guys love Safaricom, isn't it? Isn't it? Oh, why? You people, you are sad. Okay. We will wrap up with the Shared Valley model, and then I'll hand over the mic to my good sister. I had a Paleo model on the practice of shared value. It's another video, but I'm not sure we have time to play that. Maybe we'll wrap up with that. It's just 1 minute. Jesus Christ. She's smiling and saying no. All right, so let's wrap up with these key things. Let's go to the last slide as a scorecard for you. I don't know how you did it. Just move fast. Oh, no. Scorecard. All right. First and foremost, for you to enter into any partnership, any understanding, any agreement with anybody, strategic alignment, where are we going? How do we want to get there? Who is involved? Right? And then you look at who you are serving. You are not in business if you don't have a customer. Do you understand? If you are in business only if you have a customer. If you don't have a customer, you are not in business yet. You are iterating. You are in ideation phase. You are testing your model. You have a business concept, not a business entity. Are you with me? So you have to fine-tune it until you get a customer, then you are in business. So you have to understand the value that you're presenting to the customer before you sign any agreement. Have the organization be the backbone. Within an MOU, there ought to be someone that is anchoring the work and see that the work is done. It can be you, right? You don't leave the MOU that because we signed the MOU, but you, the person who brought the conversation, be the backbone of the thing. That's the only way that makes it stand firm. Revenue pathways have to be defined. Are you going to do subscription model-based arrangement, service charge arrangement? Are you going to do some sort of monetarium arrangements where you do, long-term money gain? things, right? Data, technology integration should guide you. We are in the age of technology. Put everything in Google Drive, put everything on, save it on some document in your database, not just the hard copy. And then convert everything into a certain learnable material so that you can track it. So combine MOU with your implementation roadmap, combine it with tracking and monitoring and evaluation frameworks, and put it within a system within your business. Call it a log frame that is systematized within your operations. Call it a tracking scorecard, but just have a system that backs you. Are you with me? That makes it work for you. Last but not the least, manage risk carefully. If the MOU is not working, be kind enough to say that it's not working. Thank you very much. I think the last one is scale readiness, and you measure whether you want to impact. The next slide really is about me, about how to reach me. I'm very much active on LinkedIn, but you can send me email. Let's have conversations about your business. Are you with me? Did you enjoy the session? Then clap for yourself and clap for me too. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much, Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Mr. Andrew Sakutoado, the head of business lead at Shared Value Africa. Thank you, Andy. Andy gave us a brief presentation on from MOU to market, building corporate startup partnerships that actually work. We will be having 2 MOU signings. The first one is between International Trade Council and the Organization of African Youth. And the second MOU signing is between the same International Trade Council and the Center for African Bio-Entrepreneurship. So if we can prepare the tables, if we can have the tables here, this is going to be a quick 5-minute MOU signing, and then we can have the Eastern Regional Director for E4Impact Foundation to give us his closing remarks. So please, if you can start preparing the stage for the MOU signing, This is going to be very, very brief. Once again, if there are empty seats in front of you, please fill the seats. Please fill the seats. We are wrapping up quickly. The first MOU between the International Trade Council and the Organization of African Youth, and the second MOU signing between the International Trade Council and the Center for African Bio-Entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, today has been very wonderful, very eventful, insightful. Please, how many of you have really enjoyed the session? How many of you? It seems all of us. Then, ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate yourself. Give a very resounding round of applause for yourself. Today has been a very wonderful session powered and curated by the E4Impact Foundation, a social enterprise, and a spin-off of the Catholic University of Milan in Italy. With presence in over 20 African countries, of which Kenya's office is situated in Karen. Thank you very much. If you can please put the chairs together. Put the chairs, bring them a little bit close, and then we can have the tables. Bring them a little bit close, and then we can have the tables there with the MOUs. Thank you very much. Once again, this is the 11th edition of the China Trade Week, the 6th edition of the African Technology Show, the 4th edition of Africa Build Show, and the 3rd edition of Megawatt Africa. Thank you very much. It's been a very wonderful 2 days with over 20 speakers talking, over 50 B2B matchmaking sessions, 4 shows, 3 days, all in one place. 4 shows, 3 days, all in one place. And you're being encouraged to trade, connect, and grow in this place. Trade, connect, and grow. The E4Impact Foundation booth is available to engage you. Every speaker here has been curated and powered by the E4Impact Foundation. Please take this opportunity to do so. I'll bring it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate International Trade Council as they make their way to the table. Followed by the Organization of African Youth. They are here to sign an MOU. Let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. This is going to be very, very quick. Very, very quick. And just as we said, from MOU to market, how to make this actually work. Thank you.
We go all out to improve transport. Spare no effort to reduce.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, let's appreciate this very nice MOU signing, signed, sealed, and delivered between the International Trade Council and the Organization of African Youth. Let's appreciate them one more time. Let's appreciate them one more time. Representatives of the respective organizations, International Trade Council and Organization of African Youth. Thank you very much. While the representatives of ITC stay seated, I would like us to introduce representatives of the Center for African Bioentrepreneurship. Center for African Bioentrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate them as they make their way. They've come a long way. They've come a long way. We can imagine the number of discussions that has gone into this. MOU signing or Memorandum of Understanding signing between International Trade Council and the Center for African Bioentrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate this union. Let's appreciate the Memorandum of Understanding, a very successful discussion. Signed, sealed, and concluded. Representatives of the International Trade Council and the Center for African Bioentrepreneurship here for a Memorandum of Understanding signing. Such a wonderful event. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. This has been one of the highlights of today's event. And to give us a closing keynote address on the decade ahead, E for Impact's vision for African entrepreneurship 2026 to 2035 is the E for Impact East Africa Regional Director, Mr. David Chibarat. And before he comes, I would like to introduce who he is. David is a seasoned enterprise development leader and ecosystem builder with more than a decade of experience supporting African entrepreneurs to scale innovative, high-impact businesses. As the East Africa Director for E for Impact Foundation in Kenya, he drives one of Africa's most influential entrepreneurship acceleration platforms, empowering founders with world-class training, investment readiness, and market access opportunities across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, help me welcome Mr. David Chibarat, the East Africa Regional Director of E for Impact Foundation, for a keynote closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introductions, right? I think today it has been a day curated by E for Impact, Entrepreneurship for Impact. I think my colleagues here, let's see by show of hands, the colleagues of E for Impact in the room, they've done a great job, right? So yeah, a good applause to them. So good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good. Closing remarks, a decade of what we would like to do as E for Impact. But I'll begin with a story. I want to begin with an empty chair. So you can imagine a chair that is empty next to you, right? Not a chair on the stage, but a chair that should be in this room. It belongs to an African technology entrepreneur who could not be here today because she's fighting the biggest opportunity her company has been offered. Let us call her Amina, this person who should be sitting in the chair next to you. Amina built a platform that connects solar-powered cold storage to smart sensors and real-time data. It watches temperature, it predicts equipment failure, it warns operators before the produce is lost. The technology works. This one that has been built by Amina. Farmers are using it. Post-harvest losses are reducing. Buyers are receiving better produce. Her team is growing. This is Amina's team. Then a regional distributor offers her 3 markets. Pan-African, right? She gets a big offer for 3 markets. And it is a kind of contract that turns a startup into a regional company. But it comes with conditions. It needs a stronger cybersecurity and data management. It needs hardware certification for the 3 regions, right? It needs working capital to manufacture and install. It needs a supportive network across the 3 countries. A performance guarantee, management system built for 10 times her current size. Amina has the technology. She has customers. She has proved that it works. She has the ambition to build for Africa. From Africa for Africa, and eventually for the world. But what she does not have is the ecosystem that carries a company across distance between a working innovation and a scalable enterprise. That distance is where too many promising African businesses disappear. And we've seen it as if for impact. When you get a big order to scale, that's when you crumble, right? Not because their founders lack ideas, not because our markets lack problems worth solving. They disappear because support arrives in fragments. A boot camp with no route to customers. A pitch price with no follow-on capital. A pilot that never becomes a contract. A grant that funds the experiment, but not the expansion. At the moment, the entrepreneur must scale, the ecosystem goes quiet. Is that the experience of many entrepreneurs here? Yeah? And that is why Amina's story is relevant to this event. Over the last 2 days, we've talked about diaspora capital, corporate startup partnerships, we've signed some here, artificial intelligence, energy, construction, and the work of turning memorandum of understanding into an actual market. Amina's company sits at the intersection of every one of those conversations. It runs the technology. It depends on energy infrastructure. It needs investment. It needs corporate customers. It has to cross borders. And whether it survives depends on whether our institutions can act together around one entrepreneur. So the question for the decade that lies ahead is not whether Africa can innovate. We already do. We innovate and we build innovations all the time. The question is whether we can build the system that turn those innovations into enduring African companies, right? So the question, the real question, is whether we can build systems that turn those innovations into enduring African companies. So you've heard my name is David Cheboriot, and I'm a director at E4 Impact, representing East and Southern Africa. But before I speak about 2035, which is the next decade, right? Let me clear that our ambition does not start, the ambition of E4 Impact, it's not starting on a blank page. E4 Impact started in 2010 between a partnership of the Catholic University of Milan and here in Africa with Tangaza University College. That time was University College, now it's a university. But in 2015, we actually became a foundation. And what started as a new way of teaching entrepreneurship has grown into a Pan-African enterprise support platform. We began by rethinking the classroom. Entrepreneurs did not need another certificate. They needed education attached to the business they were actually building. Through our global MBA in impact entrepreneurship, founders worked on their own customers, their own numbers, and their own teams. We learned that education was not enough. A founder can understand a business model, but still needs help validating a product. So we moved into incubation. Then we learned that launching a company and scaling one are different problems. So in 2018, we opened the E4 Impact Accelerator in Nairobi, where we are coaching, mentoring, and providing professional services and market linkages, and also linking our entrepreneurs to investors. In 2021, we became an entrepreneurship center, and we also began other centers. So the Ghanaian center that has been very strong here also got started. So bringing incubation, acceleration, market access, and financial access and partnership under one roof. That progression was deliberate. We were not adding programs. We were following the entrepreneur, one step at a time. From education, an MBA program, to incubation, to acceleration, to market access, and to investor readiness. And here in Kenya, we actually have an investment fund, which we call E4 Invest. I hope soon we'll be starting it also in Ghana. So these are the steps we've been building all along. Closing the distance between an enterprise that is ready for investment and capital that can actually reach it. here is where that has taken us, all these steps. So E4 Impact, as has been mentioned today, we are present in about 21 African countries. We have trained over 2,000 entrepreneurs. We've worked with over 100,000 smallholder farmers. And our African University Alliance brings together more than 31 universities. And the entrepreneurs in our ecosystem create, on average, between 6 to 13 jobs each. In Kenya alone, our accelerator has supported more than 200 enterprises and has helped mobilize more than 10 million euros. Actually, right now, we are becoming a fund of other funds. And these entrepreneurs are coming from agri-food, technology, manufacturing, renewable energy, fashion, construction, and the circular economy. These are not statistics about us. They are the evidence of what is possible. Universities can become engines of enterprise. Incubation can turn an idea into a venture. And businesses do attract investment and cross borders when capability, credibility, and opportunity arrive at the same time. And one lesson that stands above the rest is the entrepreneur should experience one growth journey, not a collection of disconnected projects. And this is what is happening a lot in Africa. Disconnected support. It should be one journey, like I've been describing. So our vision for 2035, we have to build the components. And that is a task the next decade is asking of us, to connect everything. A founder should be able to enter through a university or an incubator, strengthen the company through acceleration, reach customers and the right finance, and expand into new markets without rebuilding every relationship from the beginning. The network should travel with the entrepreneur. So by 2035, Africa should no longer be described as a continent of entrepreneurial potential. It should be recognized for entrepreneurial performance, companies that endure, and industries that deepen, and jobs that multiply. By 2035, no high potential African entrepreneur should remain small because knowledge, capital, market, and trusted connections were out of reach. That ambition feeds into one word, and the word is built. B-U-I-L-D, built. B stands for Built Entrepreneur Universities and Venture Pipelines. And that's what we are doing. We're actually building entrepreneur universities. So our universities must do more than transfer knowledge. They must convert it into products, technology, and companies. A student's project should be able to become a business. Research should be able to reach a market. That requires real incubation space, technology transfer, and far deeper collaboration between universities, industry, and investors. We must prepare young Africans not only to enter the labor market, but to create the labor market. Then you unlock the right capital, because that's what is missing all the time. Entrepreneurs do not simply need funding. They just don't need funding. They need the right capital at the right stage. If you're prototyping, you need a grant. If you're placing an order, you need working capital. If you're growing a technology, you need patient equity. Cross-border expansion needs guarantees and local partners. So our job is not to make introductions. It's to build the readiness and the trust that make investment succeed. And that means governance, financial discipline, capable teams, credible data, and evidence of demand. And we're working on it. So capital should not merely reach African businesses, it should allow them to endure. Then on the build, integrate enterprise into real markets. So no company scales because people admired its pitch deck. It scales because customers buy. Market access becomes a central measure of whether entrepreneurship support is working. I was telling our colleagues yesterday from Ghana, this is the market access we have to build. We have to connect countries, right? So from memoranda to commercial agreements. You know, this that were signed today, these were MOUs, right? Next time we want to see them signing commercial agreements, right? So from demonstration to deployment, from unpaid pilots to paid contracts, corporations should see African startup not as beneficiaries of social responsibility, but as suppliers of technology, efficiency, and competitive advantage. And the most transformative form of startup support is not an applause. It's not like when an entrepreneur pitches here and we applaud. It is a contract, right? We must sign contracts with them. Then the L in the build, link local enterprises to continental scale. Africa already has many strong businesses. What we need now are more regional and global African companies. A founder entering a new African market should reach trusted partners, market intelligence and regulatory guidance through ecosystem that already supports her. Our universities, our centers, our country offices, and our partners are operating as one network. So the African Continental Free Trade Area must become real on the day African business actually trade through it. And then D on the build, deliver measurable enterprise impact. That's what we need to deliver. Measurable enterprise impact. The next decade must also change how we define success. Not the number of people that we have trained or the number of workshops that we have actually attended or what activities took place. They do not tell us whether, that does not tell us whether enterprises grew. We must measure survival, revenue growth, investment mobilized, jobs created, contracts signed, and the new markets that we have entered. That's what needs to be measured. And we must ask whether women-led and youth-led enterprises are reaching larger markets. I question this event of these 3 days as placed at its center. So the work is not complete when the program ends. It is complete when an entrepreneur can perform without us. I think that's very important because we implement a lot of programs, even at E4 Impact. This funded project, the other funded project, the work is not complete when that project ends. But when the entrepreneurs we've supported can actually stand on their own feet by themselves without us. So my invitation to everyone in this room, if you're from the university, take your research past publication and build a pathway to enterprise. To the corporations in the room, open one real commercial opportunity, a paid pilot, a supplier position, a distribution channel, an industry challenge an African company can solve. To the investors and the diaspora community around, bring capital and bring governance and patience and market access with it. To the government officials who are here and development partners, we need to design regulation, procurement, and finance so that young enterprise can genuinely compete. And to all the entrepreneurs, I know there are many here, we need to build companies worthy of trust, that are disciplined, well-governed, responsible with technology, and ambitious beyond one market. If we're in Kenya, we have to think around all the countries in Africa, right? Ambitious beyond one market. One innovation commercialized, one contract awarded, one enterprise financed, and one market entered. This is how an ecosystem stops being a word. And as I wind up, let me return to Amina and to the empty chair. You can imagine it's 2035, right? We're putting 10 years from now. Amina's company did not die on the wall of scale. Technology was strengthened. The management system were built. The right capital arrived. The pilot became a long-term contract, and trusted partners opened new markets. Today, our enterprise operates across Africa. It employs thousands of people. Farmers lose less produce. African engineers are building world-class technology at home. And a solution in Africa is serving markets far beyond it. What changed for Amina to have this success? Not Amina's ambition. That was always there. What changed was the system around her. The talent is already there. The innovation is already happening, and our responsibility is to make sure innovation can become enterprise, and that enterprise can become a shared prosperity. In 2035, no one will ask how many panels, meetings, forums we attended, or how many agreements we signed. They will ask whether we open markets, whether we finance businesses, whether the research, and people in the university, they produce a lot of research, actually became solutions. Whether partnership became contracts, and whether entrepreneurs like Amina were given a real chance to build, grow, and compete globally. And that can happen when we have an integrated ecosystem. So the decade ahead will not belong to those who predict Africa's future. It will belong to those who build it. I'm thinking that all of us are actually building this system. So let's us build universities that launch companies. Let us build capital that understands African enterprise. That is important. There's a lot of capital, but that capital does not understand the African enterprise. Let us build partnership that become markets. And let us build an ecosystem strong enough that the next Amina never faces the wall of scale alone. Africa is not waiting for the future. Africa is building it. And as if for impact, we are helping to build that Africa. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, David. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate him. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you so much for that. The future of Africa does not belong to those who predict it. It indeed belongs to those who build it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's event, proudly curated and powered by the E4Impact Foundation. Over the course of 2 days, we have had over 50 speakers, over 100 B2B sessions, over hundreds of networking opportunities. And I encourage you all to come here tomorrow as we climax this China Trade Week, the Africa Technology Show, the Africa Build Show, and the Megawatt Africa, so that we can all go home knowing that the 4 events, the 3 days held in this one place has actually been worth it and has been very, very eventful. Thank you very much to our strategic partners, Ministry of ICT, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, organizers MI Events and global exhibitors, and the ecosystem partner E4Impact Foundation. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Janet Owusu-Darko, or as you have renamed me, Janet, and I am from the beautiful Republic of Ghana, and today has been very, very eventful. See you tomorrow. Do not be in a hurry to leave. Interact. Long live Kenya, long live Africa, long live all of us. Thank you, and God bless us all. It's been a wonderful event. See you tomorrow, and it's a goodbye. Have a good one. Thank you.